corsia 1 per Battaglio Custorino Gabriele Bruno, 11,20 quest'anno per l'atleta classe 2008. Corsia 2 per Accademia Atletica, anche lui 2008, 11,00 quest'anno, Edoardo Pinato. Corsia 3 per Atletica Serravallese, classe 2007, Luca Oliveri, 10,98 quest'anno. Corsia 4 per Gaverona BCO, classe 2003, Under 23, Carlo Celante, 10,99 di accredito. Corsia 5 per Atletica Sandro Calvesi, Maurizio Pascale, 11,03 di accredito. E corsia 6, un altro atleta di casa per Atletica Arcobaleno Savona, 23 anni, Mattia Ucchettu, 11,19 di accredito. Ancora un attimo di pazienza e poi sarà la nona serie, 100 maschili. Tanto permetteteci un ringraziamento a tutti i volontari del meeting, un grazie grande che va ovviamente anche non solo ai volontari ma alle istituzioni, un grazie speciale ai giudici di gara, gruppo giudici gare, insomma a tutti quanti hanno lavorato con tanta passione per rendere possibile questa edizione del meeting. serie dei 100 extra series. Dall'interno Bruno, Pinato, Olivieri, Cerante, Pascale e Chetu, protagonisti di questa serie. Corsia 3 per Ugo Olivieri che la spunta in 11:24 dopo questa attesa. Una bella serie anche questa, sempre con condizioni di vento ballerino. Giorgio Ferrando, un momento istituzionale.
Buongiorno a tutti, ancora grazie per essere presenti. Approfittiamo per una piccolissima parentesi riservata al circuito European Athletics Promotion che ha cambiato denominazione recentemente ed è diventato Events for Athletics Promotion. Abbiamo alcune delegazioni del nostro circuito presente e mentre si scaldano gli atleti della prima gara internazionale abbiamo l'opportunità per presentarli nel benvenuti.
So we have the opportunity to welcome and to greet all the athletes and all the public international from all Europe. And now we go. On a l'occasion de dire bonjour, de saluer et de donner la bienvenue aux athlètes et aux dirigeants représentants du circuit Events for Athletics Product Promotion.
Approfittiamo anche della presenza del presidente dell'EAP Pablo Cassina per un saluto volante e per un in bocca al lupo.
Grazie Giorgio Fernando, tu che sei vicepresidente e cofondatore con me e quindi per questo profilisci questa 36esima edizione del meeting Arcobaleno AtleticaEuropa che fa parte di questo circuito EAP, come ha detto la nostra amica Claudia, Events for Athletics Promotion, che raggruppa 16 meeting attualmente in Europa per 11 paesi e qui a Celle oggi abbiamo dei rappresentanti del meeting di Ginevra, Matteo Zecca, del meeting di Nivelles in Belgio, Micheline Smith, Stefano Pasquato del meeting di Vienna, Timea Teglasci del meeting di Budapest.
Well, a warm welcome to another stop on the World Athletics Continental Tour, ladies and gentlemen. We are here at the meeting de Arcobaleno in Ligure. It sits within the province of Savona. And we have just arrived at the top of the home straight, women's 100 meters. We've seen so many heats throughout the afternoon already, but now we are live. Welcome to all the viewers on the European Athletics channel here. And this is going to be, I guess, the B final, if you like, without getting too technical on it. And we are going to see some of the faster runners in that next heat. We'll have a and a B final on both the men's and the women's side. You can see those in that A final just filing in behind at the top of the home straight. So on the inside then, that is Marta Massibrio wearing bib number 86, 131. Alice Valerio goes inside of her, both Italians, and Alexandra Morton, the only international in this one. She goes dead center there in 3. The Belgian, Allegra Lombardo. On the outside of her, Alice Alberti and Valentina Vaccari goes right in lane 6, which is right up against the wall. You can see it. It is such an intimate stadium. It is fantastic. Conditions here are absolutely perfect. We've got 25, 26 degrees. It is warm. It is certainly fast enough for sprinting, and they've even relayed some parts of the track. Yeah, but we've got some incredible meet records. It really is one of those special meetings. World Athletics Continental Tour. It's a challenger meeting. However, we have got some fantastic international stars on offer for you. And the way these World Tour meetings are tiered, if you like, obviously gold being the sharpest meets throughout the year. There's around about 10 or so of those during the summer season and a few more in the indoor season as well. And then you have your silvers, 30 or so of those, and then your bronze, which are in it well plus 50 bronze meetings throughout the calendar year, and then your challenges, which all in all there's well over 100 World Tour meetings. And it is great to see so many of these international competitions because it gives athletes like this in front of us here an opportunity to boost their world ranking, chase lifetime best, and importantly just gain that valuable experience. They train so hard all winter long and they make so many sacrifices. They need to be able to come here and compete on the international stage. Lots of these women will be preparing for their national championships, especially those Italian championships. So I believe they're still being introduced trackside. So to remind you, Marta Massibro on the inside. Alice Valerio, Alexandra Morton goes in lane 3. Allegra Lombardo in 4. Alice Alberti in 5. And Valentina Vicari right on the outside. All of these women have a lifetime best between 12.3 and 12.7. It's going to be a tough one to call. Expect it to be awfully close. And you can see some of those internationals. Many of them going in that A heat. Sub 12 second 100 meter performers. So we're going to 12.76 is the lifetime best there for Massibro. Valero in 2. 12.53 her season's best, and 12.25 fastest lady in this field, Alexandra Mortan of Belgium. And alongside her, Lombardo, also a very, very credible athlete, 12.3. She's the second fastest in the field, you can see. That's not Lombardo, that should be Alice Alerti, wearing bib number 3, and Valentina Vicari on the outside. So her club, Piemonte, based near Turin there, held the European cross-country championships a couple of years ago, didn't they? So here we are then, women's 100 meters, first race of the day, first race on the European Athletics live stream. Welcome all. We're here in a beautiful town in northern Italy, 8 kilometers or so from Savona. So away they go, then it's a good start off down the straightaway. That's Alexandra Morton, the favourite. Can she take it? She's battling hard. She's under pressure there from Lombardo on her outside. The Italian wins on home soil. Fantastic. 12.56. Morton got a great start. And then Lombardo there just accelerated away. And sorry, if big apologies if there was a slight delay. Perhaps on my end. I heard the gun go. Didn't see them move for a little while. But we picked up that race towards the latter half. And Alexandra Morton flew out of the blocks just overstriding. You can see from here. And then on the line, it was Lombardo, Allegra Lombardo, the under 18. Can you believe it? Born in 2009, the youngest in the field. Well, she didn't show it one bit, did she? And what a fun age to be. You just get out there and you run hard. You haven't got to overthink it. Sometimes the youngsters are at an advantage, especially in this game. You think for a lot of these women, when you get into your early 20s, your mid-20s, you're trying to train like a professional, live like a professional, whilst probably for many of them juggling full-time work, and it is difficult. Those training camps tend to slot into the year less and less, unfortunately, but perfect conditions. I mean, if you live in this region of Italy, most of your spring, summer, autumn will be one big training camp. Unlike those who come from the colder regions. But it's also the pressure of competing, and a lot of these athletes will be, of course, eyeing up that prize money as well, because that is going to fund probably the rest of their summer season for many of them. You know, can they get that next flight, that next bus train across to the next competition? And in order to do so, in order to pay for coaching and facilities throughout the next year, they're going to need to pick up some cash this summer. So it's great to see them out there. In this one, then, we have the Swiss international, also a youngster. What can she do? Malia Corte. She wears bib 40. She goes in lane 1 there in the yellow. Season's best of 12.23. I have a feeling she comes into this in pretty good form, ready to peak. We didn't get a wind reading on that women's 100, so we'll have to keep an eye on that throughout the afternoon. In two then, with one of the fastest lifetime bests is South African, still just an under 20 athlete, Hannah Hope Vermaak. And then it's the Cuban, Unislady Garcia, the national record holder from 2023. More on her in a moment. We'll be introduced to Malia Curte there on the inside. And there you have it, Hannah Hope Vermaak of South Africa, the under 20, 11:44, her season's best this year. And this is the lady you've got to look out for then, Unislady Garcia, the Cuban, national record holder. She's won 1,500 meters already this year, given a lot of them have been in Cuba, but it's still an impressive stat nonetheless. And Antonique Strachan from the Bahamas, looking forward to seeing what she can do. Sixth at the World Championships 200 in 2023 as well. Gabriella Taylor on the outside of her, and Eleonora Alberti goes in sixth. So just one Italian in this, and that is Alberti right on the outside in the red. Will do well to pick her up. The threat, you would imagine, is going to come from Garcia and Strachan. The Cuban and the Bahamian go in 3 and 4. Both of them setting their lifetime best in 2023. It was a fantastic year for the pair. Strachan, interestingly enough, wearing 126 there, just in the lighter shade of pink, or the brighter shade of pink, however you want to look at it. Has come off of competing at those Jamaican National Championships a couple weeks ago now. Didn't have the best championships, it should be said. Now looking to redeem herself on the European circuit. So, Antonique Strachan. The Bahamian, and Unislady Garcia goes in 3. So it's a good start. Garcia's up quick, isn't she? Leaves Strachan in her blocks, and it's going to be Garcia all the way, pouring it on. What a gap. A crushing victory from Garcia, and I can say that with meters to spare. 11:26, ladies and gentlemen. That is just outside her national record of 11:23. Mightily impressive. And I have never been so sure of a victory over 100 meters than I have of that one. Just look at the start. Strachan couldn't live with it. What a run from the Cuban. It's a tight home straight, just 6 lanes, a very intimate track. And what a performance. Unislady Garcia. That will excite her. And we hope, we would love to see her qualify for those World Championships as well, wouldn't we really? That standard in the women's 100, a little way off at the moment, 11:07. But that is a great showing, a great clocking considering she was so far out on her own. Men's 100 come next. Women's long jump is, they're just warming up actually. Hasn't officially started yet, that women's long jump competition, just out there. Stretching their legs, measuring their run up. And again, just we'll try and keep an eye on that wind reading. Live results will give us a good suggestion of that. And we'll have them confirmed in a moment from that women's 100. That was the A final. And it was all Garcia. Well, we'll take another look at it. Why not? Phenomenal running from the Cuban. Looks so comfortable. And really did just leave them in their blocks, those around her. The men's 100. Now this will be the B final. Kermaschi of Italy, the under 23. He goes in 1. Hakeem Marufu. Comoros. He'll go in 2 on the inside. 10:67 his lifetime best. So traditionally the favourites will go in those centre lanes. So 3 and 4. You have got the fastest in the field. Robinson Akumu of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. 10:56. The 26-year-old, and then Arcobaleno of Italy. 10.67 on his outside. Easy to spot in that green there. Yannick Holly of France, and then Jason Hoyle on the outside, 10.75. So an even match race, and it does just depend for the internationals. Have they traveled well? The nice atmosphere bubbling away in this stadium here. And there you are. Bottom left of the picture, introducing your lineup. Kramaski, Marufu, Kumu, Arcobaleno, Holly, and Hoyle on the outside. Well, it's your men's 100-meter B final. Italy sending a massive team to those European Under-23 Championships. Hot off the press, that one. 89 athletes to go compete in Bergen next week. Kowalski would love to be in that team. Perhaps that will be a goal for the future for him. But Yannick Holly then, 23-year-old, and right on the outside, Jason Hoyle, wearing the colours of England. So 2 Brits in this, 2 Italians, a Frenchman, and Marufu representing the Comoros. So can Mattia Arcobaleno get a win in his home country? Fights off the international stars to his left and his right. Arcobaleno in green. He goes in 4. So let's see who starts well. Then it is Akumu who's just rocking and rolling. Marufu's looking good in the backwards cap there in 2 as well. Arcobaleno's going to need to respond in the last 10. Will he get there? Tight on the line. The angle is deceiving for us. Akumu there, Robinson Akumu. Did he come through dead center? Or did Marufu hold on in 2? 10.71 anyway. That's unofficially on the clock. And just look at this then. We'll try and pick up from the body language. Who got it? Oh, easy. There you go, Marufu. Runaway winner in the end. It was clear as day. He wasn't on the line. From behind, not so easy to spot. But great run from Marufu. It's going to be just outside his season's best of 10.67. Was under pressure. They were coming back at him. And there's the results of the B final, if you like, Series 7 of that women's 100. We had 6 races in that women category prior to this one. But Lombardo, took the win. 12.55. Mortant there in second. So it looks like we are going to be introducing and there's the results, 11.25. What a winning margin that was from Garcia. Strachan in second, Vomark in third there, the South African. And you can see that women's long jump just filing themselves back to the top of the runway. They've been introduced locally to the crowd, trackside. An absolute stunning setting. They've got mountains in the backdrop, but right on the coast as well. 8 kilometers or so up from Savannah. Right, in the women's long jump, let's get to know a few of these athletes. There we are, trackside. Being introduced, the athlete really to look out for, Hyla Gonzalez from Cuba. We've already seen a Cuban victory today. Casanelli being introduced, the Italian. Esmeralda. And Absabada, 5.87, a lifetime best from France. Well, this is the lady you want to look out for. 2 national titles, still just 21 years of age. Has already jumped 6.54. 6.85 was her PB last year. didn't get to compete outside of Cuba, but now she is gaining that international experience. And last one to be introduced there, Matilda Brozo, 586. So the form book would suggest, you've got an athlete like Hala Gonzalez, the Cuban, who is head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Her nearest rival, Lauren Callahan of Ireland, 6'25", the national indoor champion there. But, Gonzalez is somewhat 60 centimeters on her. So you'd expect her to win, but she's got to turn up here and perform. You can see they're going to jump. Looks like they've got a bit of a following breeze. You can just see that wind gauge, yellow pole, a little bit of tape or so on it, just fluttering away. So a light breeze to follow these long jumpers down the runway. So that will aid them without having to worry and chop their stride too much or adjust their stride pattern going in, hopefully. It does look awfully calm out there. But yeah, Gonzalez is an interesting athlete, 6'85" last year. And as I mentioned, didn't get to compete outside of Cuba. She is right on that automatic world qualifying mark of 6'86", and I think she would love to get that this year and feature at those world championships in Tokyo. And Cuba just have such a rich history of jumpers, don't they? Some expert coaching over there, and they all follow in the footsteps of one another. They've just got a great system, and it is one of the events they really do dominate on. You associate the triple jump, especially in the long jump, with Cubans in general. So it looks like Callahan down there on the runway, ready to go. The Irish national indoor champion is having a nice season so far. Achieved a lifetime best in Nice last month. Similar conditions to this. Meanwhile, those men get ready in their blocks. That's going to be the men's 100-meter race final. Callahan down the runway. That's a big foul, isn't it? Well, I was just saying there's a slight following breeze. Not exactly sure what that wind reading is, but that's, like I say, the wind gauge didn't seem to be moving too much. But, yeah, Callahan with a big foul there. She'll have to adjust that going into those next rounds. Well, just the one Italian in this next race, and he does go in one for Sanari. The 28-year-old, 10:47, his season's best. And a man who is right on the cusp of breaking 10 seconds, CJ Green. From Antigua and Barbuda. It's going to be, will we see a sub-10 second clocking? It would be very, very special if we did. Casanilli. Good jump from her. We can just about make out that scoreboard in the background there. Now the meet record on the men's side is 10:24. It was into a slight headwind as well, notoriously a headwind, and that was last year. So you look at this field and you're thinking, you know what, these guys get it right. I mean, we've got Espinoza in here, another Cuban. I mean, he's run 995 wind 80 with a 2.3 meters per second wind, which is almost legal. That was in France last month. He had a nice win in Malaga for 10.03. That was legal. That's his season's best. And a PB on the day, the Cuban national champion, Olympic semi-finalist. And then, of course, you've got the likes of CJ Green, Michael Campbell of Jamaica, Dominic Williams as well. We've got the two Jamaicans on the outside. So we have a field well capable of breaking the meet record here today. We saw Garcia get very, very close to her best. So we know the track's quick. These men have just got to get a good start out there.
Signore e signori, siamo alla serie più accreditata dei 100 maschili.
The best series of 100 meters men.
Corsia 1 per la fratellanza.
So we are pretty much ready for this men's 100 meters A final. Fornassari goes in one, the Italian. He's going to be up against it, and he's going to have to be at his absolute best. Can he take a few scalps? from this field. He's going to have the crowd behind him the whole way down this home straight. They are up above to his right-hand side. And there you are then, Alaba Akintola of Nigeria. 2023, his lifetime best over the 200. CJ Green. So then this is, in fact, it was Akintola in 2. This is CJ Green. The graphic just getting a little bit mixed up there. And then in 4, Ronaldo Espinosa. Now this is the threat for me. He's in form, and I think when you look at someone like CJ Green, although he has run 10.00, he's only done 100-meter race outdoors. And Espinosa is really finding his rhythm. Then Michael Campbell goes in 5. The Jamaican, always a threat, aren't they? And his teammate, 7 years older to the man to his right, Dominic Williams, goes on the outside in 6. As Michael Campbell, good nod to the crowd. And there he is then, Dominic Williams. Still just an under 23, improving all the time. Interestingly, both these Jamaicans have an equal season's best of 10.24. Who's going to come out on top? Nice head-to-head for them. They'll know each other well. Espinosa on the inside of them, then Green, Akintola, and Fornasari in 1. Your men's 100-meter A final. We're going to see a couple of these double back in the 200, which will be the final event of the night. Sun setting here in Celle. So it's going to be a good battle here between Green and Espinosa. Oh. Saw it late, heard it late as well. We're going to need a replay of that one. Fornasari's walking quickly back to his blocks. Let's hope it wasn't Italian. That would be a big upset, big shame. You can see their lovely crowd filing in. Several hundred. Keeping cool in the shade here. Over on the back straight, that is where the sun is blazing. And you might see some of the advertisements just in the background there. The Events for Athletics Promotion is a fantastic organization. And they put on so many meetings all across Italy, welcoming international stars far and wide, but also within these World Tour meetings, they include loads and loads of domestic athletes pre the program as well, which gives them a great taste for these high caliber meetings, and then they can stick around and watch the stars as they come to town. So here we are. Are we finally going to get a replay here, or are we just back down track side? This could be live images we're getting, so we'll continue just to wait and see. My guess is as good as yours at home, folks. I haven't seen any officials just yet. And I'm sure they will be looking at that reaction time on the computer, studying replays. But the way all these men are lined up might suggest at this point that they are all going to have a second go at this. Fornasari, Akintola, Green, Espinosa, Campbell and Williams. Meet record 10.24. And if you count Campbell and Williams equaling that this season, we have 5 men who have run the meet record or quicker this year already. So can that go down? It wouldn't have lasted long. Set in 2024. Mamadou Forsa had a great run last night. Sarr actually was fortunate enough to commentate on that one. He really is going from strength to strength at the moment. So we have got some wheelchair races up next. They too are just in the background waiting. We're running a little bit behind schedule, I must say, those wheelchair races. due off at 6 o'clock. We're 4 minutes past now. There was a little bit of delay as we came on air as well. So here we are then, finally, green card by the looks, and that's just going to go across to the whole field. Not one athlete in particular. So it must have been a malfunction with the starting system there, or the readings on the blocks. We can't always trust computers. Right, the men's 100-meter race final. Take 2. Fornassari, Akintola, Green, Espinosa, Campbell, and Williams. World Athletics Continental Tour. This is a challenger meeting here in northern Italy. Sun setting. We're going to be on air till 9 o'clock. Those 2 800-meter races are going to crown off the evening. Akintola looking to double back in the 200 in about an hour and a half's time. Let's see how this goes for him. Green and Espinosa the fastest in the field in 3 and 4. So a good start this time from Owen. It's clear. Fornassari gets left in the blocks. In 2, watch out for Akintola, who's just powering through now. He's going to be battled on the outside. It's Campbell. It's going to be tough to see on the line. Akintola takes it, though. 10:36. So not the meet record we were hoping for. But a fine run and a clear run from him. And it was interesting. The likes of Green and Espinosa, he'll take that scalp. Well, Akintola, the Nigerian, he really will. And that was quickly on screen. That would look like a result of that B final. But and enjoy that. 2 men who are faster than him to his right. And he's beat them both. And there's confirmation of that B final. I'm sure we'll see the results again. And they are available to check out live as well. So do follow along. European Athletics website. Those official results are up as we go, near enough straight after the events. It was Marufu who did win that B final, 10:69. So great running from the Nigerian. Akintola will wait for confirmation of his official result as well. And we are hopefully going to see him. Well, he's entered in the 200. Whether he doubles back will be interesting. And I think he's going to have a lot of confidence after that win, to be honest, to double back. And the time, he'll probably be content with. The win would have been the most important thing. The time would have come secondary, but he has run a little quicker this year. But the 200 really is his favorite event. 2023, big PB in Malaga. He won that just a couple weeks back. So then, men's wheelchair. Women's wheelchair, apologies. Yeah, women's 100 meters wheelchair category. And actually, I believe, is it mixed down there? Nicholas Zani, anyway. Laura Morato and Audrey Chicureno on the outside. So just the 3 of them, they are locked in and ready to go, and you can see the difference in design on their wheelchairs as well. Morato and Chicureno in lanes 3 and 4, gone for those aero wheels, solid aero wheels. It is a very, very impressive feat what they do. The way they can turn over, push through, power on those wheels, and of course keep that chair straight. Flat out sprint to the line. Who can drive the hardest through that opening 20? So away they go, then they're going to get faster and faster as they go. It's fantastic to see Laura Morato take on the two on the outside of her. She storms through in that middle lane. It will come down to the last 20, though. She's going to have to hold off Chicorino on her outside, who's closing hard, just gaining momentum, isn't he? But Morato is going to take it. Hangs in there. A 200-meter race might have been a different story. A 400 as well, but 100. There was no questions about that start, was there? It's just what you needed. And you can't lose a race in the first, you can't win a race in the first 40 meters, but boy, can you lose one. Morato hanging on there just by what? A length of a wheel or so. Sun just beating down on this track. Home straight, nicely in the shade. Beautiful setting. Women's long jump just taking place there as well. You can see some of them. Gonzalez, the Cuban, heavy favorite. I think many of them are under those gazebos, those tents, sheltering away from the sunshine, staying nice and cool. And you can see the wind gauge just fluttering around a little bit. I think it's very, very important to note that these challenger meetings, they offer world ranking points, and that's one of the big reasons you see these athletes. That was certainly a foul by that athlete. I'll try and get a closer reading. Couldn't quite see them just up close.
Purtroppo nullo per Camilla Grandi nella Forti Liberi 1878. Prossima a saltare.
So we continue on with these hundreds. And what a showing it was last year at the Paralympic Games. And stars like Peacock, you know, they talk openly about being able to drive parasport forward, not just in Olympic years, but after as well. It's the legacy the Olympics can have on parasport. You'll have many athletes watching the Paralympic Games, and then they'll want to get involved. So is the club system and the network set up for new athletes to get involved? Is that another foul in that women's long jump competition? So yeah, Smeraldo there just struggling a little bit, just like a few others. So foul for her. That jump 6:04 already this year though.
From South Africa and Gabriele Taylor from Australia. These four athletes to the winning ceremony, please.
So here we go. Efren Bonner will go in 2. Eduardo Cavallero, he goes in 3. You could see him wearing the green t-shirt, sorry. What's wrong with my eyes? Number 36, Nicolo Peruso in 4, and Nicolo Grilanda will go right on the outside there in 5. These Italian athletes being given the opportunity to compete at a World Tour event. And it's like anything really, the more we're able to showcase these events, celebrate the victories, get to know the athletes, it is only going to grow parasport even more. And often the stories are even more inspiring and compelling. So Efren Bonner, running for the club of Mira Begala. Cavallero goes on his outside. Bagasso's his club, the 20-year-old. And Efren Bonner, just 14, 15 years of age. So it's fantastic to see him out here competing against some of his seniors. Peruzzi there in 4, and Gerlanda goes on the outside in 5. Not quite the outside lane, but the outside of those in the race.
Marcello, se puoi venire in area di premiazione.
So all 4 of these men settling into their blocks. Well, that's a good start there from Nicolo Peruso, and he continues just to extend his lead and pull clear of the rest of the field. Look at him go in the hat there in the blue strip. This is a dominating victory. Hats off to Cavallero Bonner and Galanda as well, who are going to come across the line. Oh, it was close for 3rd, wasn't it? Bonner and Galanda in opposite lanes, lanes 2 and 5. I believe Nicolo Galanda just took it though. The pair T63 and T64 categories, whereas Peruso T13 his category. So great victory for him, and it's more about matching up against yourself for a lot of these men. As I mentioned, they do have slightly different disabilities, which means some are at an advantage compared to others. So we can't just look at it with a black and white lens like we would usually.
First position from Cuba, Ayla Gonzalez. Prossima a saltare Matilde Brozzo, Atletica Spezia, 5:11 alla prima prova.
So women's long jump. Ayla Gonzalez goes into the lead in the second round, 6:11, plus 1.4 following win. And eyes on there in the red, Matilde Brozzo. Foul. A few claps murmuring around, and it's going to be measured, so it must have been legal. Looked close on the board, so let's hope this is in and around their season's best of the 580 mark.
Anna Vermaak, Gabriella Taylor to the winning ceremony of 100 meters woman, please.
Waiting for it to come in now. Well, here we are once again, women's 100 now. The men went before. Barato, Ciccareno and Zani.
5,78, 1.8 il vento a favore. E inizia il terzo turno di salti. In pedana l'irlandese Noreen Callaghan.
Well, they wait patiently. Sylvia Zanicella, Tesna Abrahams, and Alicia Fischer. Fischer on the outside. Fischer and Abrahams, T44 and T47 category on the inside. Zanicella, T12 category. The Italian, Abrahams from South Africa, goes in 3. So away we go then. It's a good start from Abrahams. This is neck and neck actually between her and Freesia. Look at them. Nothing to separate them through this opening 60 or so meters. Who's got the strength? Who's done that endurance work through the winter? Freesia on the outside. It'll be a home victory. Yes, it is. 14:62 for the 20-year-old. Just edging out the South African there, Abrahams. And it just meant more to her, didn't it, in front of a home crowd. She couldn't not get the win. And in those instances, you've just got to stay calm, you've got to be patient, and you've just got to let your body do its thing. And I think the minute you get too involved in a race and you tense up a little bit, you try and hold off the opponent, But she did very, very well, Freesia, and just staying awfully relaxed. And bottom left of the picture is the results from that previous heat where we saw the men go.
Tra poco 18:30,
So great to see a couple of those disability 100-meter races take place. Now we move on to the women's 100-meter hurdles. Now, interestingly, we will have 2 heats. Now we'll have 3 in heat 1 and 4 in heat 2. I suspect the meet organisers would have looked at that, but it could have been an opportunity to make up a little bit of time, because we are a couple minutes behind schedule, so we do apologise. But we welcome you from around the world, wherever you're tuning in, here in northern Italy for another splendid, another delightful evening for the World Athletics Continental Tour Challenger meeting. And women's long jump, and that's going to be a run through there for Gassinelli. Didn't even attempt to take off. They know, don't they, long jumpers? It's actually going to be measured. So she'll have a slightly embarrassing mark next to her name. Not that she'll mind. Of course, still plenty of time for her to redeem herself throughout the competition. This women's long jump into its 3rd round now. Lauren Callahan jumping well, 5.92, gets up in the 3rd. Smeraldo sits in 2nd with 6.04 in that women's long jump, and Gonzalez, the Cuban, 6.85, her lifetime best, leads the way with 6 meters and 11 centimeters. Now this is Camilla Grandi. 2 fouls already, is struggling to find her rhythm, wants to get a jump on the board now. All athletes will get 6 jumps, so it's not essential, however. The long jump is just about consistency, turning up. Can you jump 90% of your best, 85% of your best on a regular basis? If you can, you're going to get very far in this sport.
The last one, Gabriele Taylor, please, to the winning ceremony.
So Grandi Camilla on the runway. Good on the board, and that should be a white flag for her. It's going to be measured. Attempt number 3. So finally a legal jump for her. And we'll be able to bring you that result shortly. Camilla Grandi. This is a little bit of a better angle. We can see that flight phase where she's hanging in the air. She was quick to come down, wasn't she? But I think she'll be relieved. There we are, 5.21. Still a long way off what she's capable of. Season's best of 5.87. Like I said, if she's jumping that at the moment, she's into 4th place. So a bit of work to do for Grandi. Smeraldo next to jump, and you can see the varying differences in their run-up lengths. Some of them just needing 40 or so meters, some a little bit more, some less. Depends how quick you are to get up to top speed, find that rhythmic cadence. Do an incredible amount of plyometric work. The jumpers, and no one's better than the Cubans, really. Read some of their training articles back in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, doing well over 300 jumps in a session. Not long jumps, but just plyometric jumps in that sense. Ooh, okay, Smeraldo, well, it looked close to a foul. Looked very close on the board. It's going to be measured, though, so I think she's going to get away with it. Meanwhile, the women's 100-meter hurdlers just setting up their blocks. And we'll wait to see. We'll hopefully get a reading on Smeraldo's mark. 6.04 in the first round, fouled in the second. That didn't look to be an improvement to me. But it is awfully difficult to see with the angle we've got at the moment. My eyes are as good as yours at home. I will have the same images coming through. The women's 100-meter hurdles, there's just going to be 3 in this race. They're going to take up lanes 2, 3, and 4. Amira Farhat of Italy will go in 2. Valentine Ronve will go in 3, the Belgian. But first, well, that's Smeraldo's best mark. This isn't Smeraldo, by the way. This is Abza on the runway, the French athlete. 572, 553. What she got in the third. Sitting in 5th at the moment. It's fine margins for between 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The bar will know what she's capable of.
Si preparano le protagoniste dei 100 ostacoli donne, prima serie in corsia 2 Amira Farah, Atletica Cuneo, corsia 3 dal Belgio Valentine Ronvo, corsia 4 Trieste Atletica Letizia Nocerino. Miglior accredito.
Well, it was good speed on the runway. Just waiting for that official result to come through. Flashing through on my screen now, 560 for Absabar. One of the youngest in the field. 572, by the way. The graphic is flashing up. It looks like their best result of the competition so far. That did come for her in the first round. So she'll be looking to improve on it. So we're back on schedule then. This women's 100-meter hurdles. Due off in about 3 minutes. Those women just stretching their legs, going through those final preparations. Cruising over those first couple flights. So much in the hurdles. So much emphasis put on the start in the 100-meter hurdles. That sets the tone, it sets the rhythm. Here we are then, Gonzalez. It's great to see the Cuban. Like I said, wins so many of her competitions. Last year, didn't get to compete outside of Cuba. This year, however, we've seen her on the circuit, and this is great. 6:85, her lifetime best. And unfortunately, that looks like it was a foul. Right, I think we're finally ready for this women's 100-meter hurdles. Fastest goes in the middle, the Belgian. Ronveu. Nocerino on the outside. Farhat in 2. So they get older as they go as well. Under 20 is Farhat. Ronveu of Belgium is an under 23 and a senior on the outside. Nocerino, 15:07, her season's best. $100 meters and 10 hurdles between these women and the finish line. Who will take it? Waiting patiently, atmosphere building. As they settle into their box. Farhat, Ronveu, and Nocerino. So Ronveu sits in the middle of these two Italians and explodes out the blocks already with a slightly early lead. She's got to hold it together though, needs to focus on her own rhythm. Challenging on the outside, Nocerino there in the bright yellow. Sticking to her task as well, but it's going to be Ronveu of Belgium. 14:54 and it's a season's best for her. Into a slight headwind as well. It was very, very impressive. And you know what? I think just having 3 in the field and spearheading herself ahead of Farhad and Nocerino. It allowed her to stay comfortable, focus on her technique. There's not one barrier she clips here, except the last one. There you go. Missed that one, but throughout the first 9 was very, very smooth. And that counts, you know, when you're just looking to shave off those points of a second. You need a smooth run, and I think just getting a little complacent towards the end, getting a little bit excited about that finish line looming. Nice dip as well from her. That's 14.54, and I think we might have seen a season's best from the whole field. I mean, Nocerino, for me, looks like she would have broken 15 seconds in that women's 100 hurdles as well, the Italian. So it's good running from the under 23.
Tra poco la serie più accreditata dei 100 ostacoli donne.
So that was the women's B final. Women's A final will be up next on the track, off in just a minute's time as well. We have another Cuban in this one, Roble.
Here we go.
Gracie Roble, the Pan American silver medalist in 2023. She really does head this lineup in this A final.
With a time, sorry.
4 times national champion. I mean, if you go on season's best, there's not a woman within 0.8 of a second of her. I think the French athlete, is going to find it difficult to live with her. So lots going on the home straight. We've got the women's long jump competition. We're going to see some presentations here from some earlier results.
At the 3rd place, from South Africa, Hannah Fredmark, 11.96.
This was the women's 100, of course.
Un applauso per la terza classificata di questi 100 metri donne. Al secondo posto, second place from Bahamas. Secondo posto delle Bahamas.
And interestingly, we're having all 4 athletes, top 4, be presented with medals and prize money. Prize money actually 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice and simple for them. So they'll enjoy taking a little bit of cash home. You can rack up quite the bonus if you compete on this level on a regular basis, week to week. So many of these women will. And there was no doubt about the winner here, Garcia from Cuba. And I feel like we've got a strong contingent of Cubans here in northern Italy tonight. And I think we're going to see quite a few Cuban winners. So they come here with superb pedigree, a fantastic sprint and jumps nation. So she takes the crown at meeting Arcobaleno here. And she was untested, really.
Corsia 3, line free, from Cuba, Gracie Roble, 12.71 quest'anno. Corsia 4, line 4.
Well, you can hear the introductions to the women's 100-meter hurdles, that A final.
13.44 di accredito. Corsia 5, line 5, Atletica Spezia Duferco, Matilde.
Here we are, eyes on, number 21. That is Matilda Brozzo. Interestingly, we've seen her on the long jump runway as well. She's doing both. It's commentated on Charisma Taylor yesterday, triple jumper, and an incredible 100-meter runner as well, 100-meter hurdler. So he does both to great effect. So Brozzo on the outside. Road, gimme, goes in 4. Roble in 3. Ifa Uwade in 2, the Italian. So it's a good start, as you would expect, from Gracie Roble of Cuba. Up and over these first few flights, and she storms clear of the rest of the field. She has the best credentials, the 4 times national champion, 12.71 to win that national championship. So what's she done today? 13.22, so slightly slower. Running into a headwind, these hurdlers. They often enjoy a little bit of a headwind. It helps with their technique. Sometimes they have a tailwind, their stride to just rushed upon them a little bit. so they can focus on that stride pattern in between hurdles. And she was absolutely uncontested, wasn't she? Gracie Roble of Cuba. Wonderful running.
So here we go with a medal ceremony.
Well, she was the Pan American silver medalist in 2023.
We call
And she's the winner here
Dominic Williams from
of the
Jamaica.
meeting at Arcobaleno.
Reynaldo Espinosa, Michael Campbell.
Well, there's the results, confirmation of the previous women's 100-meter hurdles round.
Fourth place with a crown
And Matilde Brozzo there, she'll be back onto this runway. No recovery for her. Back to complete her fourth and fifth jump in the women's long jump. Why not, hey? Why not? Give yourself another chance in another event. Famously, Tara Davis-Wood, Olympic long jump champion, was an athlete who started out her career able to run the hurdles at an extremely high level in the NCAA collegiate system. And then, of course, now making the long jump her full focus, giving it her full attention. And when you're Olympic champion, you can't knock it. But the two events do complement each other very well, the hurdles and the long jump. You need speed, you need superb technique. You need to have a fantastic power to weight ratio, that plyometric natural ability. So you often do find jumpers and hurdlers competing both.
Let's go for the second place, medaglia d'argento from Jamaica with a chrono of 10:43, Michael Campbell.
Michael Campbell then second place. As you just heard, 10:43 in the men's 100. We'll enjoy these presentations.
And for a gold medal, per la medaglia d'oro, al primo posto from Nigeria with a chrono of 10:35. Attenzione, Alaba Akintola dalla Nigeria.
But Akintola, there was no questions, and I am looking forward to seeing what he can do in the 200. Did he ease off a little bit in that 100? He did edge clear, didn't he? Great run from him from lane 2. He'll hope for an outer lane in the 200 because it is quite a tight track here. And, of course, just being 6 lanes, someone like him, lifetime best of 2023, would probably prefer to be in at least 5, but preferably 6. Run blind around that top bend, but in his case, run away from the rest of the field. So that 200 will be off at, women will go at 8:15, men will go at 8:30.
Tra poco 110 ostacoli maschili, 2 serie.
E nel frattempo richiamiamo
You can see officials trackside adjusting these hurdles. Men's 110 up next. Absabar's up next in the long jump.
Premio speciale 100 metri under 18. Grazie.
572 in round 1, 553 in round 2, 560 in round 3. What's she got in round 4? Can't knock her consistency. But sitting 5th in the competition, as you can see there, she's going to want a little bit more from herself. As we've seen, top 4 will be presented with prize money. Absabar, the French athlete, good on the board. Is it legal? Yes, it is. Now, is there any improvement on that 572 in round 1? The wind is just calming down. They started off this competition with about a 1 meter per second following wind. Those in the 100 and the hurdles will be running into a headwind, of course. They're running the opposite way, but throughout the competition, Absabar's following wind has just reduced each jump. And there you go then, 559. There's a series of attempts, bottom right, a picture. So very consistent, 560 in the 3rd and 559 in the 4th. Well, let's see how much those hurdles affected Matilda Brozzo here, the Italian. Have they just fired her up even more? Or is there a little bit of fatigue in those legs? 5.78 in the second round. She passed on the third and sacrificed a jump to go and run those hurdles. And now we'll see her in the fourth. The season's best, very, very close to Absabar, so we'll know she needs to do a little bit more if she's going to stay ahead. Limit the threat. Ooh, okay, so perhaps just needs to reset herself a little bit more post that hurdle race. You can't blame her, can you? Different rhythm altogether. Slightly different speed as well. So there's men warming up down there. 110-meter hurdles due off at 6:45 local time, 5:45. You're tuning in from the UK, so just 5 minutes time. Welcome everybody, if you are. I'm Matt Seddon. I'll be your commentator throughout the evening now. We've seen some great matchups already earlier on in the competition. This is a World Continental Tour Challenger meeting here in Northern Italy. And a famous meeting with some great meet records. The likes of, talking of the jumps, the likes of Philippe Sado holds that meet record in the triple jump. Way back in 2002, 17:28. And interestingly, some of those historic marks, those meet records, you can see their results score now. Of course, those of you who follow the world rankings will be familiar with the results score. Your score depends on the level of meet that you enter. Lots of factors actually impact your score, your position, distance you jump, or how fast you run, and then, of course, the level of meeting as well. So basically the opposition that you beat to achieve your position. Well, there's the Irish woman, Callahan. Just see a nice replay of she's jumping well. Here's Lauren Callahan. I say that jumping well this season. Well, the season's best of 6:25. Today, she has put one credible jump out there. She sits in third at the moment with 5.92. 2 fouls in 1 and 2. We'll get the official results of her fourth round jump in a moment's time. Meanwhile, let's get to know these men who are going to race over these high hurdles. Daniel Azazis on the inside. Eduardo Gnocchi goes in 2. Matteo Gattinoni in 4. And Mattia Rocco right on the outside. We're in bid 139. Mattia Rocco, can he break 16 seconds for the first time this season? Gnocchi's one of the fastest in the field, 14.6. Gattinini, 15.33. And the Hungarian actually hasn't recorded a time this season, so perhaps opening the season late due to a little bit of injury. He's been seated in this second heat, not that it will matter. If he can get out fast, he might be clear. He'll have no one to the left of him. Always admire the composure that is needed in the high hurdles to ignore, to put the blinkers on those around you. It's when athletes in parallel lanes jump with the opposite leg, so they both lead. One athlete leads with their left, one with their right. Makes for fascinating, entertaining viewing, that's for sure, but must be awfully difficult for them to just stay in their rhythm, focus on their stride pattern. So here we are, Azizis, Gnocchi, Gattoni and Rocco on the outside. 4 men, 110 meters, 10 hurdles. So Gnocchi in 3, he's one of the fastest in the field. He hasn't had a good start at all though, has he? Look at the Hungarian go. Daniel Azizis, I mentioned he hasn't opened his season yet. How about this? Clipping that hurdle, needs to hold it together, does. 14.09. domination here in Italy. And Edoardo Gnocchi would have just been stunned, and I think he was. It's a pace he could have lived with. His lifetime best is very close to that. But he couldn't get on terms with Azizis once he just got out the blocks. And he did get a little bit ropey towards the end. You could tell it was a season opener for him over the 110 hurdles. And perhaps a little bit disappointed not to be in that A race. But as I mentioned before, he would have enjoyed being out on his own, attacking those barriers. No distractions. Well, Gonzalez, we haven't seen much of her this competition so far. The Cuban, she leads, dominates as expected, but can she stretch out her lead? I don't think that's going to do it. Fourth attempt. Is that a foul? Can't see them rushing to measure it. Here we go. Then there's the official. It's always the way, isn't it? I asked the question, is it a foul? And then the official arrives. So Gonzalez waits with bated breath. You can see the difference in class on the runway. Really can't see the speed she is generating on that runway. So 5:63 just flashing up on my screen. You can see there, so 6:11 her best so far. That came in round 2. A couple fouls either side of it. 5:63, fairly modest jump for her. So she looked to have a big second half of this competition. Does only have a 7-centimeter lead, by the way, to Chiara Smeraldo. 6:04 in the first round. Irene Cassinelli then. Sits in 7th place. And now they're jumping order from 7th all the way to 1st, with Gonzalez leading the way. So we're into the 5th round. Cassinelli will get us started. So the Italian, 23 years of age, Cassinelli, good on the board. Is that going to be improvement on 5:14? Again, very hard for us to tell with this camera angle. Not looking at it straight on, are we? We can't match her up against, you can see the whiteboard. 5 meters to the very, very far side of it. On the right-hand side, 6 somewhat in the middle of that board. But I think that is going to be just shy of 5 meters even. Just judging where it's being measured from. .476 officially just come up on my screen now. That following wind is getting less and less. So conditions getting stiller and stiller and stiller throughout the evening. As you would expect, it's really calming down out there. Beautiful hot conditions though, in the mid-20s. As an athlete, these are the conditions that you pray for really. Especially in some of those endurance races to come. There's 2 800-meter heats late on in the evening. Sun will be setting by then, 9 o'clock at night, local time. Well, next to jump, Camilla Grandi sits in 6th place, 5:43. In order to get herself up into 5th, she's going to have to jump 5:72, which is within her. She has already jumped 5:87 this year. Gonzalez sitting down in the shade, you can see to the right of picture. Patience and recover.
Vedremo in gara in corsia 2 per Busco Patria Milano, la per 23 Riccardo Legnani, 14:33 di accredito, corsia 3 couloir 3 Amin Guanani, Algeria, 13:57.
So here goes the Italian. 5th round. There's no better time really to produce your best mark. Put the pressures on those around you going into the 6th. Camilla Grandi, good on the board, and that looked promising. Is it in the region of 5.5 meters? Time will tell as we pan back to the second round of the men's 100-meter hurdles. Now, this is the A final. Just 3 of them in it, actually. And in similar fashion to the women's, we had 7 overall entries, but with a small 6-lane track, we've had to spread it across 2 heats. Ethan Akani there on the outside in the bright orange of Great Britain. His lifetime best, 14:01. 3rd at the Welsh Champs a couple weeks ago. 4th at the British National Championships. But the man on the inside of him, dead center of picture, Banani of Algeria, national record holder, 13:37 from back in 2022. Nani on the inside. So look out for the Algerian. First to rise, though, is the British man, Akeni. He's putting the pressure on, as I say that. Buonani showing his class. Competed in the Olympic Games in Paris last year, and this is an Olympic display. Clock doesn't stop. Can't see it on the right hand of the pitch. There, what he got there? 13:79 unofficially. Strong showing from him into a slight headwind. It won't be a season's best. However, the win would have been important to him today, and just a clean run. And I think he got that. Let's have a look back at these last few flights. Smooth the whole way through. And Brozzo just landing in the pit as we just see a flashback of that replay. Round 5 for her. Sits in 4th. Well, Buonani. Fantastic run. I tell you what, Ethan Akini can be proud of his first couple flights there. He got out aggressively. Good bit of speed over those first couple hurdles, but difficult when someone like Buonani just pulls away like that. But you know what? Good stat from him. He's now won 5 of his 6 races this year, and he's the 4 times Algerian national champion. And he will just have to wait and see whether he makes the World Championships. At the moment, he hasn't got that qualifying mark of 13:27. He's close to it. 13:37 is season's best, Buonani. So he's going to have to rely on world ranking points, which is important. He came here and got the victory. Because at these challenger meetings, there's a few bonus points on offer. And it is impressive. Anytime you see an athlete with a win scorecard like that, you have to take note. And he'll be hoping for, I think an athlete like him will just be hoping for a call up into one of these perhaps silver label meetings. Can he sneak a lane on the outside and just compete in those? Not only will it be good for his ranking, but just drag him to a slightly faster time, put him in against some tougher opposition, because at the moment, on the challenger and bronze label meetings, he's just continuing to dominate. Well, women's long jump continues to impress as we approach the 6th round. Lauren Callahan goes. Cara Smeraldo is next. Callahan actually passing. Okay, so Chiara Smeraldo, that was her we just saw. 6:04, equaling her first round attempt. The 6:04 in the first, 6:04 in the 5th, and I think she can be relatively confident now that no one's going to challenge her in the 6th round, leapfrog her. Of course, she will jump one before the final jumper of the day, Gonzalez, anyway, so she will have time to respond, but I think just looking at her opponents, Callahan just struggling to find her rhythm. She'd have to improve, 20 centimeters or more in order to go ahead of Smeraldo. So, Haile Gonzalez, then the Cuban. Their national champion, one of the very best to have done it in Cuba. 6:85, her lifetime best. Competing well within herself at the moment. Powerful on the runway, great knee lift, great stride. And that just allows her to hang in the air that little bit longer. And we'll see what this one comes in at. Good on the board there. No, I can't totally tell. Still waiting for that mark to come up. In fact, it was a foul, so my judgment, quite terrible. Haile Gonzalez at Cuba still leads with 6-11, and again, well, Smeraldo is getting closer. She's challenging her. They can't quite contend. So that was the wheelchair athletes just warming up. No panic. Panicked myself. Thought they'd got going, but it's just warming up there, getting a few last-minute runs out. Well, I'll stick the final round in this women's long jump, and Casinelli. Rather disappointing. We've got the men to jump next, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be off at 7:40 local time. So around about 40 minutes or so. So as soon as these women are done, the men will file out, get themselves ready. And they too will have 6 jumps. So those wheelchair athletes filing themselves into their lanes. We have Nicholas Sani, Laura Morato, and Andre Ciccarino, all of which we saw in the 100. Morato coming out on top on that occasion. Ciccarino challenging her close. But wasn't to be enough. Camelia Grandi still sits in 6th. We've seen little change to this women's long jump competition since the second round, to be honest with you. Can we see something in the 6th? Will we see fireworks? Oh, is that a foul? From Grandi. Looking back, and confirmation that does look like a foul. Just keep an eye on the board there. Yes, way over. Which is a shame, because like I said, produced her best in round 4, but it didn't change her position in the leaderboard at all. And just getting some information, it looks like Absabar has passed her 5th and her 6th attempt. So we won't see her again, which means we'll be going straight to Matilda Brozzo here on the runway. And of course, we saw in the hurdles, she was another athlete who passed her 3rd attempt. 5:23 in the 5th round. 5:78 came in round 2. 14 centimeters ahead of her is Lauren Callahan of Ireland. Can she get it? What can she do? Final round. Ooh. Big foul from Brozzo. So we won't need to check for that result, because very, very confident it was a foul. So let's pan over to the wheelchair 400 meters. As I mentioned, all 3 of these athletes, Nicholas Sani, Laura Morato, and Andre Ciccarino, all competed over the 100 meters. Morato coming out on top, however, was running out of room, wasn't she? Great starter, but Ciccarino did come back. Slightly different technique required, different skill set. They're going to have to corner as well as go full gas. In the starter's position. Off and away then in this wheelchair 400. Nicholas Zani in 2. Laura Morato goes dead center there in the blue. And we are expecting a bit of an even matchup between her and Ciccarino on her outside. He goes in the black there. Good start from him. Morato started very, very well in the 100, but it's one thing starting on a straight compared to a bend. Perhaps just a little bit hesitant through that opening turn. Down on the back straight away, of course. Ciccarino does have the stagger. Morato's going to hope that unwinds itself on the top man, but at this stage, she's not even in picture. So, Andrea Ciccarino then, still leading. Looking very, very strong as well around that top bend. Fatigue starting to set in, doing a great job. Out on his own. Laura Morato holding there in second place. Perhaps a little bit fatigued from the 100 and on running the inside. Nicholas Zani as well, a little bit further back. But here he is then, the lactic setting in. Ciccarino right on the outside, a dominant display. He flew through that opening 200, fading slightly second half of this race, but he's going to take the win, and that's the most important thing. Clock didn't stop. I made it about 65, 66 seconds from him. We'll wait and see for Morato to come through. So it's one apiece between those two athletes. And Nicholas Zani then coming down the home straight. A slightly different design in his chair. Great run. Great race from him in two. Well, that concludes the wheelchair 400-meter race, and another event coming to its climax is this women's long jump. Gonzalez is on the runway. She's the last athlete to jump now. She's won the competition. This is merely just a bonus for her. Can she pull something out the bag? Slightly longer than 6:11. She'll be a little bit disappointed with that. Perhaps would have hoped a bit more considering her lifetime best is 6:85. Good on the board. That's better. Well, she only surpassed 6 meters in the second round. Other than that, 3 fouls and a 5.63 in round 4. So, is this another consistent jump? That is 6 meters plus, because that, at her level, is what she's going to have to churn out week in, week out. The type of athlete who is going to get the opportunity at a gold label tour or a silver label tour soon enough, perhaps even a late entry into a diamond league here and there. You've got to take your opportunities when they come, that's for sure. So, Haile Gonzalez, it was unfortunately not over 6 meters in the 6th round. 5.91 for her, so came close. Her second furthest jump.
At the second place, 13.87, 13.87 on France, Claudine Gumiel.
Well, the women hurdlers are presented their prizes, their medals. Top 4 to receive prize money here at this World Athletics Continental Tour Challenger meeting. But there was no doubt about the winner, was there? So Gonzalez wins the long jump. That's another Cuban victory. And we've continued to see them. Roble, another Cuban who won.
Gonzalez con 6.11 ottenuto al secondo turno di salti vince il lungo donne davanti a Chiara Smeraldo.
And for the Cuban athletes, they're on a little bit of a European tour at the moment. They'll be based in a European country, relatively close to an airport, you would have thought, so they can fly in and out to various meetings all around Europe. And each week will look very, very different from the previous. So that perhaps their biggest challenge will be getting on a track to continue to train, getting in the gym, of course. But they won't be training heaps during this heavy competition phase for them in the summer. So next event on the track is going to be the women's 400, followed by the men's 400. And then that men's long jump competition going to start at 20 minutes to 8 local time before we see those 400 hurdles. Then we go back to the half lap, the 200. We see the speedsters once again. And then we will be finishing off with those 2 800-meter races. The women will go before the men, who will crown off the action here at Celle Ligure in Italy at 9 o'clock local time. 2 hours of action remain. I'm your commentator, Matt Celle, and a warm welcome to you all if you are just joining us. You've missed the 100s, you've missed the 110 hurdles and the 100 hurdles, so go back or watch it through in your spare time, because the action is coming up nice and fast. You see the crowd just enjoying themselves, sitting into the shade here. And it's a great time of year. We're early July, but with the World Championships not being until September, getting underway the 13th to the 21st of September in Tokyo. Of course, we know how hot it is out there at the moment during the summer. They have to have that championships as late as possible. But with that championships not till September, many athletes now just getting ready for their national championships, which will take place at the end of July, early August. There's confirmation, by the way, Chicareno. Comfortable victory in the end. Morato and Zani. That was the wheelchair 400 meters. But yes, so the athletes will probably have one, possibly two more competitions lined up before the national championships. And dependent on the event, especially some of the more endurance-heavy events, athletes will opt for sort of the mini rest period where they go away, perhaps top up, get back up to altitude, top up some of their endurance just to fine-tune their preparations for their national championships, because you compete all season long, but that's what qualifies you for the World Championships. You can get a qualifying mark, but if you're from a nation like Italy, France, those top European nations, that qualifying mark is pretty much worthless if you can't finish inside the top three at your national championships. You know how it works at home, folks. I haven't got to explain it to you. And interestingly, lots of those governing bodies will have slightly different selection policies, and just how strict they are as well, how willing they are to give the opportunity to athletes out there. Talking of opportunities, it's been a fantastic, just saw hot off the press, Italy taking 89 athletes to the European Under-23 Championships next week. I mean, fully funded as well. It's incredible. Many nations taking much, much smaller teams, very, very high-profile athletes. To see the likes of Niels Laus. We're going to see him compete fresh off of his pre-classic victory. But yeah, a lot of nations opting for small teams at under-23 level, or asking athletes to fund themselves. Only a very, very small amount, more often than not, fund themselves to the championships. But Italy doing a great job at taking care of the future, really. And I think that's what it comes down to, giving those athletes the opportunity. And it can make a huge difference in their career. I mean, how much they're worth to brands. Obviously, brands offer the leading way to make money in this sport by sponsoring athletes. There's a few other avenues like prize money, hard to rely on though. You can't build a career off of prize money, really. You need that stable salary in order to budget and just be able to sacrifice and give enough time to training, and of course pay coaches, pay for facilities, treatment. Talk about some of these jumpers. I mean, the impact they put their bodies through in training. It's relentless. And those international vests and those results at a European Under-23, European Junior Championships can make all the difference. It looks slightly more appealing to the leading brands out there, and local grants or support from your governing body as well. So as I say, slight pause in the program. We're waiting until the officials are ready to get these women to the line in the 400. I'm not quite sure what we're actually waiting for. Of course, we're quite a limited view here. I can hear some introduction taking place. The local organising committee. track side. But if you are with us, perhaps put the kettle on, grab a quick cup of tea or refreshment, and keep an eye on the stream here, because we should be watching right now the women's 400 and the men's 400. Quite big gaps in between these events.
Hurdles, men, the fast race, 110 meters hurdles. Ethan Akani, Daniel Ez, and Amin Bouanani.
Well, the officials just giving themselves a little bit of a respite before that men's long jump competition gets underway. We're expecting that to take place, or kick off, shall I say, at 7:40. 20 minutes to the hour. And the women's 400 meters off in about 4 minutes as well. And then men's 400 meters will go off shortly after that as well. We'll have a couple heats for these athletes. And although we're in Italy, you could be fooled, because we have another Cuban athlete, Roxana Gomez, goes, and she is by far and away head and shoulders above the rest of the field. It'll be interesting to see how she gets on. 50.67 her season's best, 49.71 her lifetime best. Her nearest rival today, Precious Malepo of South Africa, 20-year-old. Lifetime best at 52.32. Third at those South African national championships earlier on in the year. Of course, Southern Hemisphere, their season running more from sort of February to April time. Very similar to the indoor season that we see in Central Europe and America, of course. We were spoilt this year, this winter, weren't we, really, with the European indoors and the World Indoors in Nanjing. Next time we'll see the European indoors will be 2027 in Valencia. So the Spanish looking forward to that. Hosted a great European team champs in there in Madrid just a couple of weeks ago. Beautiful green tracks that they've got out there, and soaring temperatures, of course. Most of Europe being hit with an absolute heat wave that week. Cooling down a little bit. Nice, modest temperatures, I would say, here trackside, about 25, 26 degrees. So with this track just being 6 lanes, we will once again have 2 races in this women's 400. First race to have 5 athletes in, they'll be in lanes 2 to 6, and you would be hoping for an outer lane, wouldn't you, especially if you're one of the favourites seated in perhaps lane 5 or 6. The bends are a little sharper, obviously, with it just being 6 lanes, but Mamidi, the youngster, or we've got a couple Italian youngsters really, Mamidi, Abelli and Rossi going 2, 3 and 5. Dead sensible Katrina Ilic of Serbia, and then on the outside, Jade Lesesny of France. And interestingly, Amidi of Italy with a lifetime best or a season's best just there, 56.44, will perhaps be a bit hard done by going in 2. When you look at Rossi and Lesenzi of France, 59.73 and 60.41, their lifetime best over 400. but will have the advantage of being able to gauge off their belly and Illich on the outside of her. So we're moments away. We should be a minute or so away from this women's 400. Still eyes on the gorgeous blue sky with the mountainous backdrop here in Celle Ligure in Italy, in the Savona region. Host a fantastic World Tour meeting themselves, Savona. Just 8 kilometers away, right on the coast as well. We are here in northern Italy, not a million miles away from Monaco either, where we're going to see the Diamond League take place on Friday. Some incredible fields, as always. And that really, you know, when you compare, I guess, these World Tour meetings to a familiar sport to a lot of us in football, they are tiered. This, a challenger meeting. Then above that, you have a bronze label, a silver label, a gold label. And then, once you graduate the World Tour gold labels, you arrive at the Diamond Leagues. And that is where we see the biggest stars. But this level, always so interesting, isn't it? You've got those athletes who are juggling, perhaps education. Many of them, we're going to see a few youngsters in this, under 18s. Juggling education, juggling some part-time work, perhaps even full-time work. Searching for their breakthrough. Spending summers around Europe, picking up prize money, battling hard, trying to chase those qualifying standards, world ranking spots. And in their winter, perhaps a little bit more normal as they go back to reality through the winter period, and their training camps will be few and far between. Compare that to the lifestyle of a professional. And I think a theme in this sport is that gap between what you could argue many of these athletes, sub-elites, and the professionals is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And, you know, it's funny enough, Wimbledon's on at the moment in the tennis, and you see it in tennis a lot, don't you? Those who are just struggling to make ends meet, doing all they can to pick up prize money, funding, sponsors and support where they can, and the rich just getting richer. And with advancements in technology, and the big one is just staying injury-free. It's having that constant physio support that some of those athletes, those top professionals will get. They'll get treatment once, possibly even twice a day. And when you're looking to put your body through the utmost stress, day in, day out, that is a very important factor and can separate them, because this game is all about consistency, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure you at home know that better than anyone. So Gonzalez on top of the podium in that women's long jump competition. 6:11 her winning mark. Smeraldo and Callahan and Brozzo there in fourth. Those are your podium finishers. Well, it looks like they're getting a nice bag for their hard work, and medal and a trophy, and of course some prize money. Be very useful for a lot of these athletes on the circuit, the amount they travel.
Ringraziamo sempre i nostri sponsor, grazie a loro riusciamo anche a realizzare queste premiazioni e a premiare i 4 atleti. Non tutti i meeting lo fanno. So we try to go ahead for the medal ceremony of the 110 meters hurdles men. Please at the podium.
Intanto ricordiamo che tra 20 minuti inizia il salto in lungo maschile, un'altra bella gara da seguire, dove vedremo in gara tra l'altro il sudafricano Luvo Manionga. Vabbè, la storia di Luvo è lunga.
Well, there's Brozzo, busy day for her. We saw her in the hurdles and then again in the long jump. Passed in the fourth round in order to jump over, literally, to the home straight away where she competed in the hurdles, and a strong showing in that. So down on the far side, then we should be able to see this women's 400-meter runners getting ready. Can't see them out on the track yet. So there is some delay here because they were due off for 1/4 past. And we're now 5 minutes or so beyond that. And we've got a couple races to get through as well. So are they hiding in the shade on the bottom bend there? Or are they still in the locker rooms? So a slight pause in the action here. And we are roughly, we've been on air for what? Coming up for almost a couple of hours now. Well, we've witnessed some fine performance. We started the evening off with those hundreds. And we then had the 110 hurdles to follow. We've seen the wheelchair 400, wheelchair 100, the ambulance hundreds as well. And the women's long jump competition. We have the men's and women's 400 to look forward to, then the 4 hurdles, then the 200, and then the evening will finish with those 800-meter races. So not quite sure what is going on at the moment, but we can, I think we are waiting for the men's 110 hurdles medal presentation. You can certainly see a Keeney of Great Britain in that bright orange to the left of the tent. The Bexley colours.
For the 110 meters hurdles, the medal ceremony. At the 4th place, Riccardo Legnano del CUS Proparca Milano con la misura di 14,70. 14,70. Premia il delegato del CONI di Savona Roberto Pizzorno. Quindi 4th place, 4º posto per Riccardo Legnani, un applauso per lui. Questa è la medaglia di 110 ostacoli uomini. E andiamo avanti, here we go, 3rd place per Ethan Akani, Great Britain, 14,26. 14,26 per lui. 2nd place from Hungary, dall'Ungheria, Daniel Ezes, l'atleta del 99, 14,08 per lui, 14,08.
Well, this is good to see. They've taken into account the fact that the Hungarian performed so well in his heat. He has boosted up the rankings, but yeah, there's no doubt about the winner from Algeria. Damanini, what a run from him. Stormed away, didn't he?
Il premio è gentilmente offerto dalla ditta Torterolo e
So they are your top 4 from the men's 110-meter hurdles, and now we should be pretty much ready to enjoy one fast lap of the track. Women's 400 meters up next. Was due off at 7:15. Yeah, just running about 8 or 9 minutes behind schedule. Men's long jump down there warming up, and the sun just setting now, so temperature will just be cooling a little bit, and I think a few of the athletes will welcome that. It was hot, wasn't it? High into the mid-20s, but not a cloud in the sky, so it was beating down on these athletes, especially in the long jump. They won't have to huddle under these tents so much. They can fan out a little bit. Beautiful facility. A mountainous backdrop. We're right on the coast here in northern Italy. Oh, it might have get the floodlights on soon, but if you're just joining us, do stick around. We have plenty of action still to come. I'm your commentator, Matt Seddon. I'll be here throughout the rest of the evening. We've got just over 90 minutes of action remaining. Men's long jump warming up. They're off in just 5 minutes or so. We are due to see the women's and men's 400, but a slight delay in the program. At the stage, World Athletics Continental Tour Challenger meeting, and perhaps now's a good time to look through some of these meet records, preview those 400s coming up. Roxana Gomez, another Cuban star, came here, set that meet record in the 400 of 50.89 in 2024. And guess what, folks? We are going to see her back here in 2025 to challenge that meet record. And as an athlete, you probably just can't not come back to a track where you hold the meet record. I think it's always going to have a soft spot in your heart, isn't it, as well? There's a few athletes who have run their lifetime best on this track or jumped their furthest, but we have had some stars. I mean, you're looking through the list here. Andreas Almgren in the 800 back in 2015, 146.1. And now we've seen what that man's doing over 5,000, European record over 5,000. Tobias Montler last year, 801. Into a headwind in the men's long jump. Philip Sadu, one of the greats when it comes to the triple jump. 17.28. And we have got a few returners on the women's side, because we're going to see in the 4 hurdles, Zenny van der Walt of South Africa, 55.42, her meet record back in 2018. She actually set that, so 7 years on. We look forward to seeing her again. So then, we look all but pretty much ready now in the women's 400. We've got 3 heats. Stacked field. So on the outside there, wearing bib number 78. She's run 60 seconds for 400. Jade Lesenzi of France, I mentioned her. Then we're going to see Letizia Rossi on the inside. You can see in the orange bib, just lacing up. Famous picture of Usain Bolt winning one of his many major medals. I think it's 2008 in Beijing. Laces undone. People couldn't believe it. Very little phase, that man. So there is Rossi, the Italian. She'll have Lesenzi of France to hunt down. 2 years between them. But Rossi slightly older than the French woman on their outside. And on the inside of her, then, Katarina Ilic of Serbia. Now, 55.73, her season's best. We expect her to feature late on in this race, if not win it. She won't have it all her own way. She's got 2 youthful Italians on the inside of her. In 3, Matilda Rebelli there. 55.47, so slightly quicker season's best. And in 2, as I mentioned, Anarita Mamidi. Might have been a bit disappointed to see that lane draw, as the bends are tight. Track is relatively small, just 6 lanes. But she'll have 4 women on the outside of her to gun down. Women's 400 meters. This is race 1 of 3. Meet record holder Roxana Gomez, we will see in the final race. So that wind's dropping to next to nothing for these women in this 1-lap dash. Clean start from them all, and already up on the stagger. Katarina Ilic, the Serbian in the bright yellow there and the blue shorts, is just destroying those on the outside of her, to be expected on paper. Playing a steady game at the moment. Matilda Rebelli on her inside. Just got to keep a check on that stagger. Doesn't want to let Ilic get too far ahead. Going round this top bend now. So those two lead. And on the inside as well, Mamedi of Italy, the youngster, and that stagger is unwinding. She's having a great result. She's 56.44, season's best. She'd love to scalp a belly on her outside. Her countryman, her teammate as well, but coming into the home straight, Katarina Ilic then just starting to pull away. The long, rangy stride, holding it together in this last 20. But here comes a belly. What a last 50 this is. She's going to take it on the line. 56.02. And the Italian, the youngster, showing some experience there. She was patient, and I think the impressive part for me was the top bend. Just as they came round, she was losing ground on Mamedi, who was up on her and was at a disadvantage. Look at that. Look at this last 50. Comes from almost nowhere. Ilic had close to 8-9 meters on her. Comes through the pair of them. There's nothing like momentum when it comes to the 400. And it's funny, the athletes will be there at their absolute slowest that last 30 meters. It's just who can hold on the longest, who can fade the least. And hey, look, Matilda Abelli there of Italy. Fastest on paper coming in. And first over the line. Well, it is crazy. Our sport often, to be honest, does go to the form book, doesn't it? I think we don't see too many upsets. Well, and great to see some of the earlier medalists. We have had a whole host of field events as well. High jump, shot put, all earlier on in the day. Meet's been running for several hours already. Okay, then race 2 of this women's 400. On the outside, that was Charlize Sivia of Australia. Naomi Clary goes on the inside of her, wearing bib number 29, 55.35. The under-20s athlete, season's best. Sofia Favali, fastest in the field. However, fastest season's best, Jordan Blake in 3, the Kiwi. Having a great season, 25 years of age, and on the inside of her, Zara Buchwald Johansen from Denmark. Danish athletics in a good place, continuing to grow. A country rich in history, searching for their next star. Buchwald Johansen into Blake in 3, Favali in 4, Clary in 5, Sivia in 6. So a Dane, a Kiwi, Italian, French and Australian. So having to wait in their blocks for a little while. Those nerves probably just increasing a touch. They'll be used to it though. It's all part of it. The experience on the circuit. The travel, the different country. Some of these are after a long haul flight as well. You look at Blake coming from New Zealand and Sivia over from Australia. As I mentioned, those in the Southern Hemisphere don't get too many opportunities compete in sync with the rest of the world. Their track season usually taking place in most of the world's indoor season. So Buchwald Johansen, Blake Favali, Clary and Sivia on the outside. So away they go, and expect a good start from Sivia. Always runs well around this bottom bend, and she's just extending that margin on Clary on the inside of her. They're both very, very evenly matched, but you can see Sivia running blind, running a little bit scared, leading now at the moment. But that stagger, of course, will unwind through that top bend, moving well on the inside. Bakod Johansson giving chase to Jordan Blake of New Zealand as well. It looks like she's already up on Sevilla Favali. So Jordan Blake now just looking to claw this stagger in on Charlize Sivia on the outside. It was a fine first 150. Starting to tie up a little bit as we come into the straight. The Dane just struggling there in two. But at the moment, it is all Jordan Blake of New Zealand, who now on her shoulder as well. Sofia Favali, Naomi Clary closing hard. But it's going to be Favali, the Italian, on home soil. What a run from her. Edges out at the end there. 54-26, and that is so close to her season's best. Favali and timed it well. And the 400 is so often about that. Just how much do you push versus hold back on that back stretch? And once you get to 120, it is all gas. Sofia Favali then. Look at this, just starting to edge clear, and surprisingly, Jordan Blake just tying up quite drastically, actually. Again, in that last 20, and it's cost her. Perhaps just worked a little too hard. Well, not perhaps, did just work a little bit too hard around that top end. But a good run, because you know what? Coming over from New Zealand, she'll just be finding her feet in Europe over the next few weeks, and I'm sure she's got many other competitions lined up. You'll see her on a few more start lists. And the World Tour season goes a little quiet in August, and one of the big reasons for that is you'll have the National Championships back end of July into early August, and then a lot of athletes obviously will gain selection for the World Championships in Tokyo, so they will be off deep into a training camp looking to prepare for Tokyo, so we might not see too much of those. So it's those who perhaps miss out on Tokyo we'll see more of through the months of August to really finish off their season. And those going to the World Championships in Tokyo will be a lot more selective of what events they do. So taking place at the same time. It's men's long jump competition. Just getting going here, hangs in the air well. It could be Luca Capella. Try and bring you those results as they go. So final heat of the women's 400 here at meeting Arcobaleno in Italy. What a lineup we have in this one. Returning after her meet record last year, Roxana Gomez of Cuba, 6 times the national champion there. She's won 7 of 8 races this year. I mentioned, didn't I, when the Algerian Amouni won the hurdles. It's impressive. When you see an athlete who has a near-perfect scorecard, you back them to win time and time again. She's head and shoulders ahead of Precious Malepo. She's almost got 2 seconds to play with when it comes to season's best. The South African will be her next challenger. She will go in 4. On the inside, Karis McCauley, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Season best of 53.62. Izzy Neal will go in 2. So close to breaking 53 seconds this year. Can she get over the line here today? And on the outer lanes, Eleonora Fudras, 53.08. Almost an even match to Neal. And then Josephine Reisberg Thor of Sweden, 53.56, her season's best, goes in 6. I thought we might see Laura McShane. She was a late withdrawal, the Australian world lead in January, outdoors that is. Tasmanian resident, 6th at their championships, but like I say, late withdrawal from her. So it is McCauley, Neal, Gomez, Malepo, Fudras, Reisberg Thor. These women will start into the shade, break into the sunshine around that bottom bend. It is near still now. Look how calm it is in this gorgeous arena. few kilometers away from the ocean, located in northern Italy. So you're getting a good look at Rosberg Thor, the Swede, as they settle into their blocks on the inside of her. Fudras, Malepo, Gomez, defending champion, meet record holder from last year. Semi-finalist in Paris and in Tokyo 3 years previously. That was when her lifetime best came, 49.71. What can she do here today? Women's 400 meters. So away they go then, all eyes on lane 3. That's where Roxana Gomez is, the heavy favorite, already just eating up that stagger on Precious Malepo on the outside of her. That's her nearest rival, by the way, the South African, the under-23 athlete, third at their national championship. She's had a steady start, the South African, but she too is up on Fudras a little bit, and Rosberg Thor is going to have a bit of work to do on the outside. But at the moment, Roxana Gomez showing her class, ladies and gentlemen. 150 to run in this women's 400, the Cuban. 7 wins of 8 this year already. 49.71 her lifetime best. 50.67 her season's best. How close to it is she going to be? It's her against the clock. No one else in picture as she comes down into this final 50. A smooth mover. Roxana Gomez is going to win here in Italy for the second time in 2 years. 50.98. Well, a modest time for her as well, considering she was completely solo. She'll take that, and the rest of them file through. We might have seen a few seasons best out there. Well, they 3 seconds behind, 2 seconds behind. It was damage limitation for the rest of them. Couldn't hang with the class of Roxana Gomez, and I make that the 4th Cuban winner of the day. They have come over here and they have conquered. Little dip on the line, and we'll wait for the official result. That meet record from last year, 50.89. So she's going to be very close. I mean, unofficially, obviously, the clock's stopping at 50.98. Those digits just reversing. Well, being introduced to these men's long jumpers. These now long jumpers, Luca Capallo, Roberto Labebra. Barbera. Mosca goes in this as well. And I'm looking to see if Luvo Manyonga is down there. Incredible to see him. There he is. He's wearing bib 105. The South African world champion from 2017. And Jaswin Aldrin, the Indian national record holder, indoor and out, 8:42 back in 2023 outdoors. World championship finalist that season as well. Here we are. Kuzilitso Labote of South Africa. So you know what, it's great to see a talent like Manyonga back just competing here on the world level. I mean, world champion in 2017, did serve a 4-year ban from 2020 to 2024. So he's back competing, but Olympic silver medalist. That ban, by the way, methamphetamine. But had an incredible career. And when he burst onto the scene, you know, the mid-2010s, he was just a breath of fresh air, wasn't he? Spoke about how long jump athletics really saved his life, and had an incredible career. When he was at his best, he was almost unbeatable. He was a super character on the circuit as well. So, be excited to see. He jumped 780 already this year, steadily working his way back. I mean, will he have one eye on the World Championships? Try to qualify for Tokyo. Got a bit of a way to go. That automatic selection, 8 meters and 27 centimeters. But ranking spots will be up for grabs. Of course, field event athletes, becoming more and more difficult for them to qualify for major championships. fewer spots available than ever. Worth noting that. So the men's 400, race 1. We are going to see on the outside, that is Gudado. We're in bib number 84, Palamine Mane. 49.39, season's best, the under 20 athlete, still just 18 years of age. Bright future. Well, Jason Hoyle, we saw come out here competing in the 100 earlier on today, now goes in the 4, 47.61. He's one of the fastest in this field. And Andrea Panacidi of Italy, wearing bib number 10, goes inside of him. He actually is the fastest on paper when you look at season's best. And I think you've got to go by the form book, especially in events like the 400. Because when you're off, you're off. Nick Erkland, Arandada of Sweden. And Martillo Menegio goes right on the inside, 50.82. His season best, the under 18. So we're looking at Hoyle, we're looking at Panacidi. And we're looking at the Swede in 2. Renanda. So that's a good start from Hoyle. You'd expect him to have a good one. The 100-meter specialist is always going to get out the blocks rather fast. He's already up on the stacker of Mane on the outside of him, the young Italian, and he just continues to pour it on Hoyle. So level with Mane, and now soon to be level with Gerardo. Panacidi, much more of a measured approach. So what's this 100-meter specialist got over the last 200? Strength is going to have to play a factor here, and has he measured this right, or is he going to start to fade? He's got a race in his legs already. Jason Hoyle of Great Britain and Northern Ireland leads coming into the final 100 meters now off the bend, and that's a good lead at this stage. Can the Swede Eklund Aranada get on terms with him? Can Panacidi close him? He continues to pour it on. Jason Hoyle, ladies and gentlemen, is going to take this, no questions. 47.96. Wow. Just shy of his season's best and doubling back after the 100. That was impressive running. And he won it early, didn't he? He just put the pressure on the rest of them coming into that final 100 meters. And you know what? Credit to him, because I thought he might have gone a little bit aggressive through that opening half lap. But he actually measured his effort, and he had more, and he started to pull away. And that was the nail in the coffin for those behind. And Eklund Aranada actually gets second there on the line, just dipping out Panacidi, the Italian. What a run from Hoyle. Good to see. Faramoskin. What's that going to be? We'll wait for that official result. Leading the way, Luca Capella, 6.75 in round 1. They're now into a headwind, these long jumpers, which is bizarre. The women had a tailwind. And now the men into a slight headwind. So, Frodo Mosca, 6.13, his opening round. Confirmation of that women's 400, race 1. Of course, there was 3 races. Just 2 on the men's side. And there you are, results. Bottom left, a picture of the women's A race, if you like. Or B race, shall I say. And then the A race will be next on our screen. But we'll focus on Luba Manyonga, 2017 world champion in the long jump, 2016 Olympic silver medalist. In his prime, he was unbeatable. What's he got? Great to see him back out here on the track, doing what he loves, bringing joy to us at home as well. That's massive. Whoa, how about it? That's certainly going to take the lead all right. Is he challenging 8 meters? Manyonga, the South African, 780 season's best, and that might threaten it. Hey, look, when he was winning world and Olympic titles, he was a mid 8 meter jumper on a regular basis, 865. national record of his. So we're still waiting for that result to come in. Flashing up on our screen now, 7:46. So looked a lot bigger, didn't it, from our angle? We'll try and curb our excitement next time until we know the official result. Okay, then, well, Josh Hook, the Australian, goes on the outside. Joe Breyer on the inside of him. Apologies, that's from the inside out. Wearing those Harrow colours. That's actually Alex Cooper of Great Britain, Northern Ireland in 6. Mark Koch of Germany. Abdinor Benjamar, 45.85. He goes in forward. Look out for him, the Algerian. For me, he certainly is one to watch. Two-time national champion and the national record holder over the 300, right? 32 seconds, 32.8 seconds. So good speed over the flat stuff. Well, quick pan back to this long jump for Gini. There we are. So there's Breyer in 2. An athlete who's been on that British 4x4 quartet on numerous occasions. European champion in 2022 in the 4x4. Wearing the white vest with the green hoops. Swansea Harris on the outside of him. Mtenkulu of South Africa. And Benjamar. Some of the heavy favourites. So the men's 400 is away and running. It was a good start from Mtenkulu of South Africa. Benjamar got left in the blocks a little bit. You can see him just trying to cover some ground up as Mtenkulu is already up on his shoulder. And as the stagger unwinds, he is going to be well clear around this top end. Joe Breyer giving chase as well down the back straight, the British athlete. Alex Cooper's on borrowed time as he leads until that stagger unwinds. And now this is where Benjamar's going to come back. Will his strength start to pay off? They've both run 45 mids already this season. They'd love to go a little bit quicker here today. 100 to run it. Still Mtenkulu, the South African, the under-23 athlete. But look at Benjamar come. Joe Breyer running a strong race in 3rd place. Benjamar, the Algerian, is going to take it. Sensible victory for him. Paced it well. 45.81 on the clock unofficially. And Mtenkulu, South Africa just flew out that first 100, and it's a game of fine margins, the 400 metres. Just got it a little wrong. He's still young, though. The under-23 athlete. He had it in his locker to beat Benjamar here today, and I think he knows that. He'll look back and reflect. Both of those men sub 46 seconds. No doubt Joe Breyer, perhaps the season's best for him, came into this 46.41 this year. PB dates back to Geneva in 2023. So we'll get those official results from that second race in the men's 400. We'll be sticking with the 400 this time over the barriers. Women's 400-meter hurdles will be up next on the track. Meanwhile, of course, we will keep following this men's long jump competition. Botte there. Pelizzato. Foul for him in round 1. So interestingly, Manyonga leads the way. And it would be a bit of an upset, even though he was a world champion back in 2017, because as Yaswin Aldrin of India is in fine form, regularly jumping over 8 meters. And he probably comes into this with form on his side, so therefore the favorite. As we swiftly move into round 2 in this men's long jump, Luca Coppola. .675 in the first, 7:11 season's best. That's better. That's going to challenge if it's legal. Coppola, unfortunately, it's not. And he'll be frustrated because he did everything right there. Speed was good. It's going to be fine margins to foul it. We can't quite see the board accurately, but you know, he just hung in the air well, and he soared out to what would have been a very strong showing from him. A good jump. Roberto Barbera. 5.69, round one. This man, a master athlete in age. That was a foul on the board there. Quite staggering, really. Just a few years shy of 60, and still, look at him. Full health, out here competing at his very best. 57-year-old. Barbera Roberto, I'm sure he's offering some advice to some of these youngsters down there. Luca Coppola, just an under-20 athlete still at the start of his career. Quite the contrast to Barbera. Francesco Fodomosca then. 6.17 in the first round. It's tight. I mean, he knows that a lot of these athletes, they just get towards their best, get that one jump right, they are going to soar up the leaderboard. And Fodomosca is someone who will know that better than anyone. So he goes into round two. And that looked much better on the board. Is that going to threaten 6.5 meters? Difficult to tell from this angle. Unless you're level with it, it always looks a little bit further than it actually is. But importantly, he was good on the board. He would have enjoyed that run up. He'll be pleased with that. No changes to be made there. As I mentioned, you can see that wind gauge virtually dead still now. The women had a tailwind. The men have, if anything, a very, very subtle headwind. It's minimal. An unbelievable setting here. Sun's out, round on that bottom bend. Crowd packed. It's a full house in the stadium. Right where the camera is underneath us. You won't be able to see, but bringing a great atmosphere as well. What this does to the local community year in, year out. Well, here we are. Man Younger is used to getting the crowd going. He's done it on the biggest stage of all. He leads the way in this men's long jump competition with a 7.46. And what can he do? He's back. He's having fun. We're seeing that famous smile of his. Back after a man. Manyonga. Consistent once again.
Prima 7.46 con 0.8 di vento contro.
Foul on the board though. That's what it looks like. But that's promising. I can't wait to see what he can produce later on in this competition. So foul on the board, was it measured? We'll have to wait and see. I'll keep refreshing my computer. Live results are available though if you head to the website meeting Arcobaleno European Athletics Promotion Meeting, and they do such a great job, don't they, of putting on numerous meetings across Italy and across Europe in general, giving the opportunity to many athletes, not just the high-flying internationals, but also the domestic athletes in these local communities. This meeting started at, well, 2 p.m. this afternoon, and it will run all the way till 10 o'clock tonight. Well over 300 entries. So then the women's 400-meter hurdles, race 1 of 2. Wearing bib 130 there. That's Traverso of Italy. You can see 61.90, her season's best. No one in this field has broken 60 seconds this year. A little barrier for them to look at. Just these two in the center. Giovanetto and Traverso have broken 62 seconds. And in lane 2 there, just outside. Elena Corona. 62.03, her season best and lifetime best. Can she improve on that? Wow, that was the women's 400. And our meet record holder from 2024, defending her title, Roxana Gomez of Cuba. Well, it will all be all too familiar, won't it? Deja vu. Champion last year, champion again. And we hope to see her back for the three-peat, the hat-trick in 2026. Well, these women wait anxiously as they anticipate the pain. Not many events as grueling as the 400-meter hurdles. Those women there on the podium will tell you the 400 is bad enough, let alone putting 10 barriers in your way. Quickly scan to the long jump on the runway now, the Indian. Aldrin. Oh, it's another foul, isn't it? You can just tell. Right, looked like a foul again. This is just very difficult to see. We haven't got the flags or any intel on that, so I'm just looking at the board there. It looked like he was way over it, but are they measuring it? Yeah, no, they weren't. So second round, that was a foul for him. Sometimes I see the official in the pit there with the electronic measuring stick, and I just assume it was a white flag, but no, it was a red for Aldrin. So 7-11 the first and a foul in the second. And Younger still leads. So women's 400 meters, race 1. Corona, Giovanetto, Traverso, Clementine Roquette, the only French woman in this one. Can she upset the apple cart? Italians all around her. And Montagna Granato on the outside. Well, just as we thought we were going to get going, we pan again back to this men's long jump competition. Good on the board there from Abote. Great on the runway, isn't it? It's what often sets him apart, the South African. Just finds that smooth rhythm, quicker than anyone, really. And then it's just about maintaining it. Takes them up to speed so fast, those jumpers. But it is just about maintaining that into the board. Often you can see quite a dip in pace, and therefore you can lose out on a little bit of distance. Women's 400-meter hurdles. Well, away we go then. Clean start from all of these women. Who gets out well? Montagna Granato right on the outside, actually. Who's going to be first to rise? It looks like it is Tiziana Traverso of Italy, the under-23 star, but on the inside of her as well, Giovanetto. Those two are the standout favourites. They're going toe-for-toe down the back straight. Giovanetto just leading for me. She's, 0.8 of a second faster than Traverso this year, but now just starting to fade. Now, this is where the stride pattern will start to change. They'll move to a different lead leg. They'll switch at this stage, so who can cope with that the best? And I tell you what, at the moment, it looks like Traverso, the under-23 athlete, age on her side at the moment. A few more years of experience compared to Giovanetto, just the under-18, and leads heavily coming into the home straight. This is a big lead, and she'll enjoy this if she can hold on. Tiziano Traverso, 61.90, her season's best, and she dominates here in Celle, Ligure on this World Athletics Continental Tour Challenger meeting. She's going to be just outside her season's best. Oh, equals it pretty much. 61.94 on the line. No one else in sight. Funny race. Got out hard, settled, and then seemed to have a second wind. Really poured it on that second half, and that's where she did the damage to the rest of the field. Easy from here, over that last barrier. And we expected more of a fight from Giovanetto on the inside of her, but it didn't come. So perhaps the under-18 just carrying a little bit of fatigue coming into this one, and it was almost shell-shocked, I think, because Traverso got out hard, and then this is round the top bend. It was an incredible top bend for her. Traverso, for me, just as soon as she switched to that right leg lead, just didn't look as comfortable. Well, back to this men's long jump competition. We are into the third round now. Fede Mosca waiting patiently for that green light. Cone to move, to let him jump. Having a decent start to his competition. Would expect more from himself. 671 season's best. The 26-year-old really is coming into his prime. And like I said, he'll be one of the athletes who is probably juggling some sort of part-time or even full-time work at this level. It's great to see him out there. You compare that to the Indian athlete Jeswin Aldrin, who's a national record holder. But Fede Mosca hangs in the air on his third attempt. Is it an improvement on 6:13? Well, we quickly pan back to this women's 400-meter hurdles. This will be the A heat, if you like. Wearing bib number 56 there, Marie-Charlotte Gastald of Monaco. As I mentioned, not too far away from Monaco at all. Perhaps a couple of hours drive, if that, really. And unfortunately, looking at lane one, Zane van der Walt will not appear in one. So perhaps a scratch. So we look to her teammate from South Africa, Hannah van Niekerk. No relation to Wade van Niekerk. Hannah, the under-23 athlete, 56.22, her season's best. World Junior bronze medalist last year. So Van Niekerk in the white goes in 5. Gazelle Mergeman on the outside of her, also South African athlete. What can the World Junior bronze medalist do from last year? Second at their national championships behind Van der Walt, who holds that meet record, who is not here. Lane 1 is vacant. So we've got two South Africans on the outside doing battle. Mergeman and Van Niekerk on the inside of them. Catagiani of Italy. Blom dead center as well, running a good race. 59.99 her season's best, just a clip inside 60. But we are looking at Van Niekerk. Her and Mergeman, the two South Africans. Nothing to split them on paper. What's going to split them going into hurdle 8 there? Nothing as well. Both rising at the same time. They're going to do battle down the home straight. So often it's who can start to the least, who can bounce off of these hurdles. And it's going to be Celle Mergeman on the outside. Over that final hurdle, and it's a clear run to the finish line. She's going to take it here. 57.2. Well, the time modest, but the victory emphatic. What a run from Giselle Margaman then. She beats Hannah van Niekerk, the youngster. And she just held it together at a crucial point, didn't she? 56.85, her season's best. I mean, she was fourth at those South African national championships behind, interestingly enough, Van Niekerk. So has scalped her this season already, but peaking at the right time. We know that South African national championships is early. And boy, oh boy, it was impressive. It was just those last two hurdles that did it. Pulls away wonderfully. So that concludes the action from the women's 400-meter hurdles. We'll have those men's races, 3 heats for the men to come before we move on to those 200s. And Faccaccini. White flag from him, and we'll have to wait and see what's that going to come in at. Looked decent enough, didn't it? I'm done with making judgment, though, especially from this angle. Every time I call a foul, it's legal, and every time I call a legal jump, it's a foul. Manyonga, by the way, 7.71, leads the way. Was an improvement from Faccaccini, 6.55, so 8 centimetre improvement for him in the round 3. Keep him there in 5th. And the replay of it.
Please Mark Koch to the winning ceremony, medal ceremony of 400 meters. Please, Mark Koch from Germany to the medal ceremony of.
Oh, there's Yasmin Aldrin. The Indian athlete not having his best season in 2023. He was very, very strong. That's when he broke his national record, 8:42 outdoors. That's when he made that World Championship final as well. He'll be looking to repeat that this year, 7:11 then. He's better than this and he knows it. It's about what you can do at these sort of competitions. Oh, that's surely a foul. Yeah. Definite foul. Other than that, not a lot wrong with it. But just struggling today, isn't he? Does seem a little bit off the mark. So men's 400, 91 centimeters these barriers. And this is an event much like the women's 400, which has just come crashing down. I mean, the improvements we've seen over the last 4 or 5 years in both 400-meter hurdles events is just staggering. I mean, what Sydney McLaughlin and Lavroni is doing in Femke Bol and Rai Benjamin, Dos Santos and Warholm, what they're doing on the men's side is just ripping up the script, completely rewriting the event, and no doubt we will discover their training regimes in years to come and go, that makes sense now. They're clearly doing something groundbreaking. Well on the runway from Mabote. Hangs in the air as we pan back. Here we are, back and forth, back and forth. And now we should be ready to start this men's 400-meter hurdles. There we are, lane 2. Gargoli, Willem Gargoli of Italy. Tuscany Club. Angus Proudfoot of Australia, one to watch, 51.83. One of the fastest in the field. By the way, this is certainly one of the strongest events of the day. We have got a few men in that final heat who have already achieved a mark well under that World Championship qualifying time, 48.5. So these men are a little way off it, but just developing through the event. Gargoli, Proudfoot, Peters, Amano, and Novello Bouvier on the outside. 2 under 20s in lanes 5 and 6. So clean start from all of these men. Looking out for Proudfoot. He's in 3. He's wearing that sort of darker strip. On his inside is Gogoli in that bright green of the Tuscany colours. So Proudfoot certainly leading at this stage. Gogoli's giving chase. And I tell you what, Amano, the Italian youngster, is also doing a fine job on the back straight. He's already up on the stagger of Novello right on the outside. So Amano and Peters and Proudfoot, those are your kind of core members who are going to feature late on into this race. But Proudfoot starting to stamp his authority on this men's 400-meter hurdles, race 1 of 3. Just clipping that barrier with his trail leg, though, looking a little bit ropey. Proudfoot's going to have to stay on it. Peters on his outside, and he does. He nails that one. Gives himself the breathing room. Oh, staggering away. Can he hold it together? Peters gets a sniff here. He smells blood, and he's going to take it on the line. 52.84. And Proudfoot will look back and blame nothing but himself there. Just tied up. Didn't get it right over those last 2 flights. And in the 4 hurdles, the minute you give someone the opportunity to come by, you open the door like that, you just know Peters is going to go smashing straight through that front door. And he did just that, didn't he? Look at this one. That was it. That trail leg causing Proudfoot a lot of problems over those last couple flights. And Peters is away and gone. Gogoli did well in lane 2 because the R-type bends on this track. So there's a strong run from him in the end. He's going to be probably the closest of the lot, come to his season's best. So Proudfoot and Peters with the 2 men who have gone sub 52 coming into this, and they were the 2 who featured. But an upset from Peters over Proudfoot. Presentation of the men's 400 meters. Joe Breyer, 3rd place for him. Well, I mean, Tinkalu there. He was leading aggressively, wasn't he? He was hanging in there. But the Algerian Benjamin timed it to perfection, came away with a victory in the end. Nice win from Benjamar and Tinkalu there in 2nd, Joe Breyer in 3rd. Those are your top 3 here at meeting Arcobaleno. So I can still confirm it is Manyonga who leads, 771. In 2nd, Jeswin Aldrin. And I tell you what, there's a podium place here for one of the challengers. Well, Barbera. The Masters athlete. So we're into the 4th round in this men's long jump. Barbera 570, he sits in 7th place. So then race 2 in this men's 400-meter hurdles. Wearing bib number 87, there is Lindukule Gora of South Africa. And on the inside of him, Connor Fry of Australia. We've seen quite a few Aussies over here, just like we have the Cubans. Cubans, 4 wins so far. Well, an Algerian won the 400. Can Lahulu win this heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles? Of course, time matters, because although they are split up into 3 heats, they do look at the overall time to crown the winner. Salahulu, so close to breaking 50 this season. Can he do it here? Is this the chance for him to break that magical barrier? What used to be a lot more of a barrier, and then in today's money, you're looking at 48 seconds as the new barrier. 48.5 gets you to the World Championships on qualifying time. Mattia Tajana of Switzerland goes in 3, and right on the inside, Saeed Soyefinidi in 2. 51.5 for the Frenchman so far this year. Stolen away and clearing this men's 400-meter hurdles. This first barrier is going to be interesting for all the likes of Fry and Lahulu because they went from the shade into the sunlight there on the back straight, back into the shade. So coping with the low sunset here in northern Italy. But I tell you what, Lahulu is just obliterating this first 200. This is very, very aggressive. Is he going to be able to hold it together? Connor Fry, even on paper, in fact, has run a little quicker than the Algerian Lahulu, but he's already up on him on the stagger, and Lahulu just continues to pour it on. Mesmerizing stuff. Connor Fry, for one reason or another, is not going to feature on the outside, though this would be a huge upset for Gora from South Africa. He beats Lahulu here, and he's hanging on in there, and he's neck and neck with him going into the final 20 meters. He's going to do it. The South Africa takes it. Gora wins 50-77 to Fry by a yard or two. And I mentioned before, time counts because it's going to be the overall time who's going to win this competition, despite whether it comes from this second heat or that first heat. But we have got some big hitters in the third and final heat, third and final section. Look at Gora then. Over that last barrier and so often the way. So much can change. Coming into and coming off of hurdle 10 in the 4 hurdles, and that's why we love it. That is why we love it, folks. So there's the results of that previous round. Peters won. Proudfoot, who led for so long, losing out there in the closing stages. Much like Lahulu, as we just saw Gora upset him. So that next heat will feature the likes of Seamus Derbyshire, who's run 48-42 this year. A lifetime best in a World Championship qualifier in Geneva, that was. And 48-47 in Prague as well. He's having a fine year. Brit. The World University bronze medalist will also feature Van Rensburg. And I'll look across and see his South African teammate on the runway. Mabote hangs in the air on that one. Is it legal? Red flag. You can see just come down there. He's had a couple of those, Mabote. I think foul in the first, foul in the third, and now a foul in the fourth. He won't be delighted with his efforts today. Just struggling to get things right down there. And little excuse as well, because what was a slight headwind is now virtually nothing. Wind readings of just 0.1 meters per second for these men. So virtually dead still trackside. Good conditions for those running the 400 and into those distance races to crown off the evening. Luca Coppola sits in third at the moment, 6.75 and 6.72 is best efforts coming in the first round and the third round. He'd have to equal his season's best if he's to go up into second place. Is it possible? Coppola in front of a home crowd. Ooh. Close on the board. Let's pan out. See that flag. Well, didn't see any flag raised there. Perhaps it was up and down before we could. Those of you with better eyes than me, what are you making out? It'll come through on the screen rather shortly. And we are almost going to head into the fifth. Luvo Magnoga still leading the way. Third and final, 400-meter hurdles then. On the outside, the man from Qatar, Basim Hamida. He's present at the Olympic Games last year, but this is the man we're looking out for. Seamus Derbyshire, he's back. He's having fun with this event. Had a little bit of time off back end of last year, and now he's running better than ever. Van Rensburg is going to be his nearest challenger. World University bronze medalist, fourth at the South African National Championships this year. And then on the inside of him, Matej Baluk of Slovakia. 25-year-old, he's also a sub-50 performer, 12 national titles for this man, multiple national records as well. Staggering, very impressive. And then into the Algerian Baku Mouche, also a sub 50-second performer. Luva Manyonga then, your world champion from 2017 in the long jump. What a character he is. He's a joy to watch and runs through on that one. Well, it's enjoyable just to see him run, isn't it? He leads the competition. No one threatening him at the moment. He won't be too worried about that. He'll go back and reset. Almost him against him, surprisingly, because he has got stiff opposition in that long jump. Jeswin Aldri of India, not at his best. Bukamushe, Baluk, Van Rensburg, Derbyshire, and Hamida. Men's 400-meter hurdles, A section. So good start from all of these men. As I said, they're going to come into that sunlight over on the far side. Oh, it's even, isn't it, between Hamida, Derbyshire and Van Rensburg. This is good. Same again over that second hurdle. So who's going to start to pull clear on the back straight? Still very even. That stagger not unwinding, not moving. No one is making ground on each other just yet. Seamus Derbyshire now for the first time, perhaps just starting to work his way into the lead as the stagger's going to run wide. The City of Stoke athlete, as I mentioned, back having fun with this sport. Of course you're having fun when you're running a world qualifying mark just a couple weeks ago in Prague. He leads coming into the home straight, then it's all Derbyshire. Hamida on his outside in second, Van Rensburg as well. But this is a clear run from Derbyshire. He's a man in form. He's got to be careful as Hamida threatens him on the outside, but he's going to take it here. 49-14 in an impressive run because it was a slightly untidy home straight for him there just as the closing stages of that race unfolded. He felt the pressure a little bit from Hamida, didn't he? Perhaps a little leggy as well from some of his great performances over the last couple of weeks. But Bassem Hamida of Qatar battled well, and he may be rewarded with a season's best. It was close on the line, closing hard. Matej Baluk as well of Slovakia, good performance from him. So all of these men came into this race, sub 50-second performers, and perhaps only the likes of Derbyshire and Hamida will walk away with another sub 50 to their name. But I think consistency is the aim of the game, especially you look at someone like Derbyshire, what he's going to have to do at his national championships in a few weeks' time. And then, of course, when he's in Tokyo, if he gets there, competing through the rounds there. Heats, semi-final, and final. So that concludes the action in the men's 400-meter hurdles. And we will now move on to the women's 200 meters, followed by the men. We've got 2 races on the women's side, 3 on the men's, and then we'll finish things off with those 2 800-meter races tonight. Running slightly behind schedule. I think the action was due to close off at just after 9 o'clock local time. I think we're going to be a little bit beyond that, still 8:30. And we've still got a lot of events to do, a lot of events to go. Including the climax of this men's long jump competition. Fadamoska. Foul, by the way, if you're keeping up to date from La Barbera in round 5. He's the first to jump in 5. Fadamoska's next. 6:28 and 4. What's this one hang out to? Facchini on the runway. Pietro Facchini, 6:57, his season's best. He's come close, 6:47 and 6:55. Couple fouls, sandwich those marks. Now it's about what he can do in rounds 5 and 6. Can he move up? Mabote is 6.64. He's the sitting in 4th place at the moment. Achievable for Foccini. It would take a season's best to do it. He's come close though. He's a man who's operating closest to his best. When you look at this field, everyone else perhaps at 80%. This man, 99 or so. What can he do? Foccini. Ooh, is that a foul? And in hands, didn't quite see that flag come down, but it looked like a foul from here. Tricky one to call, of course. Well, everything else looked pretty much spot on. I think he would have been pleased with it, and it would have been an exciting result if it was legal. But he'll have one more chance now in that 6th and final round to bump up. Well, next at the top of the runway is Pozzaletto Mabote, 6.64. Ahead of him, Luca Coppola in 3rd, 6.89. Jesuin Aldrin in 2nd, 7.11. And right out front, 7.71, Luvo Manyonga. The 2 South Africans. In this together. And how great for someone like Mabote, just 20 years of age, to be competing alongside, probably arguably his hero Manyonga. He would have been at that influential age when Manyonga was winning his world titles and Olympic medals back in 2017 to 2016. So here is Pozzaletto Mabote. Ooh, big foul, big foul. And he knew it, didn't he, really? That's why he didn't even bother hanging in the air and taking off. Don't know what that board feels like.
E salutiamo questo bel podio. Tanto ricordiamo che tra poco ci saranno i 200 metri donne e poi a seguire i 200 metri maschili.
Well, there you are. There's the women's 400 meters hurdles podium spots. And it was a shock, wasn't it, not to see Van Niekerk come out on top. An athlete with great promise, and I'm sure we look forward to watching her career unfold, to be honest with you.
6,89. Ritmo per Luca Coppola.
So you can see over on the far side, those women just getting ready for some 200-meter action to come. Karen Kramarski, Malia Corset, and Valentine Ronviu. We saw a couple of these in the 100 earlier on. We're going to see a few of the men double back as well. Why not? Practice heats and finals. Work in your strength. There's that point in the season where there's enough recovery time. You can get a good hit out in both. And actually, you know, sometimes it's just as tiring to travel to another event. Compete twice in one day. At least you can recover, get back to training. Work on a few things, give yourself more time in between those intense races. Sometimes you cram the schedule too much and there's no opportunity, 1, to recover, 2, to train and build on what you're learning through these competitions. And you can quickly hit burnout. It takes a serious toll on the athletes just going through that warm-up phase. The mentality through the week, the extra care it takes, the in and around, recovery, travel, all of that towards these competitions. The more you do, the more tired you get. To a degree, obviously there is a sweet spot. Usually for sprinters, race 8 or 9 in the season, they start to really show their best cards. Jesuin Aldrin then, the Indian national record holder, both indoor and out. Can he make his mark on this competition and challenge Manyonga? He won't, that won't be legal. So he's got one more round to challenge Manyonga, and he will look at this field. Seen Manyonga is coming back. He's not at his best. It's a scalp there for the taking, but Aldrin's struggling for one reason or another. Well, the charismatic Manyonga awaits at the top of the runway. Crowd interact. Penultimate round from Manyonga. We might not see it. We turn back to the women's 200 meters over on the far side. Karen Kramarski, Malia Corted, and Valentine Rendezvous. We are going to see Manyonga. Brilliant. What can he do in the fifth? He's got 8 meters in him this year. You can just tell, can't you, the way he's jumping. He is one of those athletes who is just gifted. He just has it, doesn't he? So we'll wait and see what that official mark comes in at after this women's 200 as they look to settle into their blocks over on the far side. Kramarski, Cote, and Rendezvous. So where to go? Looks like Rendezvous on the outside started the better of the three. However, Malia Cortet, the Swiss athlete, just up on her already on the stagger, and Kramarski just struggling on the inside of the pair. So it's going to be between these two, Malia Cortet and Valentine Rendezvous. Both of them doubling back from the 100. Rendezvous of Belgium just on the outside, starting to tie up a little bit. Cortet putting the pressure on her at this stage, and she's going to take it. It pays off. 25.53, almost the season's best. And a nice victory for her. I tell you what, that was a well-measured run. Rendezvous led 75% of that race. The last 30, 40 or so meters. Cortet just puts her foot down, holds it together, the better of the two. It comes through for the win. I wonder, just slightly longer stride there once she was up into her rhythm. Carries a little bit more top speed when you compare that to Rendezvous, who no doubt started very well on the outside. Women's 200 meters, race one of 3, I believe. Double check that. Race 1 or 2, there you go. It's the men who will have 3 rounds in the 200 on this 6-lane track. And the reason we're seeing quite a few of these 200s and just 3 or 4 athletes in each, because the bends are a little tight. It's giving them the best chance to run fast here. That's what it's about at this stage in the season. So then, Francesca Fodemosca at the top of the runway. La Barbera, by the way, 5.77 in his 6th and final round. No improvement for him. So, Fodemosca, what can he do? Can he work his way up the leaderboard? It's legal at least, but I don't think that's going to be enough. And look at that. Yeah, he's not happy, is he? As he just strolls his way back through the pit. He knew that wasn't going to be enough. The minute he landed, perhaps even at this stage, soaring through the air. So Pietro Ficini is safe in 5th, but can he get up into 4th? It would take a season's best to do it, a lifetime best to do it. Here we are, the women's 200 meters. Look out for lane 3. Simone Darius of Liberia, 22.7, her lifetime best, although her season's best just 23.14. 11 point in the 100 from back in 2022. Competed for Alabama University in the NCAA, really a very, very impressive athlete. But it's not just her. In 2, Charlotte Sivier, we saw her in the 400. Gabriella Taylor goes in 4 and in 5. Lucrezia Lombardo. But all eyes on the Liberian for me, Darius. So way to go, it's a clear start, and you can see already Darius is out and away. Just waiting to catch these women round the top bend. What's it going to look like as we pan out? And it is the Liberian who leads. As expected, then continue to dominate down the home straight. Lombardo's moving well on the outside as well, fighting off Gabriella Taylor of Australia, but it's no question about the winner. Simone Darius of Liberia, just tying up a little bit there. But a strong showing, and in fact, Charlie Sevier came through on the inside. The Australian to, I think, take second place. And Taylor had run a sub-24 clocking this year. It was wind-aided. Look at that, it was. So Sevier coping with those tight bends. The best out of those in the chase. But Simone Darius dominates that one. Showing her class really. Like I said, 22.7 and lifetime best. A little way off that at the moment, but getting back there. It'll be exciting to see what other competitions she has lined up throughout the rest of the summer. Make a note of the name. Follow her career. You never know when you might see her next, perhaps in Tokyo. Well, here is Poseletso Mabote in South Africa, 6.64. So, yeah, it was a 6.13 for Pietro Fancini. So this man has had 4 fouls and 1 valid attempt, and that was his 6.64. Boy, would he love just another valid attempt. So, Mabote. Oh, is he better on the board there? He looked it. Wait the flag. I believe it was a white flag there. So, Mabote, this may well be measured and it may well challenge his 6.64. So wait and see what that one comes in at. We'll refresh our computers here, but still, we wait. And now just 2 men to jump, and there's a summary. You can see we have that women's first round in the 200. Results just a little bit confusing there. I don't think Karamarski ran 27.88.
Again, at the podium for the medal ceremony, 400 meters hurdles men. Ligure,
right, Jeswin Aldrin. Still just 24. Still has a big career ahead of him. You can see him just loitering down there. He knows he's next to go. Luca Coppola sits in 3rd. He's still waiting for Mabote's result to come in. And it was a foul, unfortunately, for the South Africans. So just 1 valid attempt for him at 6.64. He would love to challenge. Very little change in this men's long jump over the last, well, no change over the last 3 jumps. In positions, that is. Some athletes have improved on their marks, but very few. And this is why we're starting to see changes discussed around events like the long jump on the world level. Of course, we saw the introduction and the testing of removing that takeoff board. I'm not sure if that was the right thing to do, but we've seen on the Diamond League the way they have a jump off to finish as well with the top 3, because there is little jeopardy sometimes. Competition can be won early on, and the remaining jumps can be a bit of a procession. When you get a good long jump competition or a good jumps competition in general, nothing like it. Coppola, good on the board, I say. Bated breath, but it is a white flag there. So that actually looked a strong jump from Coppola. I don't think it's going to challenge 7.11 of Aldrin, but it might challenge his best so far of 6.75, and he's or 6.89, shall I say. He's been the one athlete who has actually been consistent. Just the one foul, he's gone 6.75, 6.72, 6.89, and 6.46. and that one foul coming in the second. So we will wait and see what this one comes in. 6:46 in, so actually one of his smaller marks of the day, but he'll take it nonetheless, and he'll take third place. He's on the podium, and he'll be taking home a little bit of prize money as well. So, Coppola, congratulations to you. Jeswin Aldrin, then, of India. And he's another athlete who has had a tough competition after jumping 7-11 in the first round. Has had nothing but fouls, passed in 4 as well. So is he carrying a little niggle? You wonder why an athlete would pass in the 4th. Saving energy. I mean, he's got to give chase to Manyonga here if he wants to win this thing. So here he goes. The man from India, their national record holder, finalist at the World Championships in 2023. When he's good, he's one of the best. Is it going to be one of those days? Oh, I think he's, yeah. I think he must have a little bit of a niggle in there, and that's awfully frustrating for him. And, you know, when you can't put the right forces through your body, there's no way you're going to be able to jump well. I mean, add to the fact that your body's got to be able to cope with and take off and plant on the board there, and he just didn't look comfortable, did he? And I thought that, you know, when an athlete passes in the 4th like that, in that position, chasing the victory, it's unusual, and perhaps just wanted to buy himself a little bit more time out there. So Lubo Manyonga is our victor in the men's long jump. Celebrating the effort for him, really. Exhibition now for the South African, who has been there. He's done it. He has had a career many of us could only dream of. He's a world champion. He's an Olympic silver medalist. It's great to see him back out here doing what he loves. Putting on a show with a smile on his face. Oh, that wasn't bad, was it? Now, what was he on the board? Well, he claps the crowd because they have played their part. They've clapped him down that runway on 6 occasions, and they've enjoyed seeing him back. One of the lucky ones. I think he's going to build quite nicely through this season. I can only hope we see him in Tokyo at the World Championships, but time will tell. He's got a bit to do till then. Got to get his world ranking up for 1 unless he hits that standard. 8:27, so 7:71. How about that? Equals his mark in the second round. There you are, full results on your screen. Bottom left, Manyonga, Aldrin, Coppola, Mabate, Ficini, Faramoska, and the Barbara.
This is out of the podium, but okay then, let's go ahead. 4th place, Weinig van Rensburg, South Africa, 50:45.
Well, this is the medal ceremony from, or medal presentation, should I say, from that men's 400-meter hurdles. And it was a fine battle out there for most of them.
Slovakia, 49,96, 49,96. Un applauso per questa medaglia di bronzo e andiamo alla medaglia d'argento dal Qatar, from Qatar. Second place.
Well, I made it from Qatar, gave it a good go, didn't he? Almost pulled off the upset.
49,36, 49,36.
Didn't quite work out for him, but it was all about this man, Seamus Derbyshire.
49,12, Seamus Derbyshire. Come on, clap your hands, applauso per lui.
So there he is, spent large part of his youth in in the gymnastics arena. And boy, oh boy, did that transition and pay off, because he quickly, as soon as he took up 400-meter hurdles, he was one of the best. He's had huge success at youth level, at European youth and European junior level. He was the best in the UK for so long, and I know he felt an enormous amount of pressure on his shoulders and started to lose love of the sport, just like so many of our athletes. It's such a difficult sport. You know, it's you against you out there, and you know, when it's not going right, it can be one of the toughest sports to do. But look at that smile in his face, and that says it all. And so often, an athlete who is happy is going to be running fast, and Derbyshire's found that out in 2025. 5 men in Britain already under that World Championship standard. That British final is going to be very, very exciting. You see who gets on the plane to Tokyo. So much at stake. Like I said, it can make or break an athlete's career. Those who can qualify for the major championships on a regular basis, I mean, it means so much. And when athletes rely on sponsors and lanes in diamond leagues and world tours like here, you know, if you've got a good CV, it's going to put you above the rest. No matter what your time is on paper, what's your CV? Have you been at the biggest stage?
We would like to bring our greetings to the boss of your delegation.
So we have 3 races in the men's 200 to go over on the far side, and then we will move on to those 800-meter races to crown off the evening. We are quite a bit behind what we were hoping for. And the 800 is due to get going at 8:45, the women, and the men at 9 o'clock local time. However, we've still got 3 rounds of the men's 200 to take place. And we should have virtually a full field in this men's 200. Younes Genai on the inside, and Enrico Moretto, the one and only under-20 athlete in this race. Agosha Ibersamon, the Netherlands, goes in 3. Yannick Holy, seen him already. Luigi Palmier and Polak Jan on the outside. Pioli Jan, apologies. Luigi Palmieri. Great Britain, 22.59. He sees his best. So these gentlemen in and around that 22-second clocking. You can see them in their set position over on the far side. Men's 200 meters, race 1 of 3.
Per quanto riguarda la specialità di 400 ostacoli, soprattutto in Europa. Adesso cerchiamo di capire un attimo la successione delle gare. Siamo arrivati
just being told to relax, ease out of their blocks.
Passo la parola a Marcello Starabelli, un altro dei nostri speaker di quest'oggi, che ringrazio per la sua collaborazione, per la sua presenza, per il suo affetto e per quanto fa per l'atletica quotidianamente vivendo sul campo a Pavia. Grazie.
So men's 200, race 1 of 3. Moretto, Ibersamon, Holy, Palmieri, Jan, and Genai on the outside. Yannick Holy in 3 is going to be the threat here. So where they go, clean start on this occasion. Look out for Yannick Holy. I mentioned he's just one in from the inside. There he is in the blue, coming off this bend very, very strongly indeed. The Brit Palmieri is looking to give chase into the home straight, but it is all Yannick Holy of France. However, as he just started to tie up, here comes Luigi Palmieri. Holy has raced already, and Palmieri's going to get it on the line. 22.31. Woo. Season's best for him. The Brit there, and he just executed well in the 200. So much congestion. You look at here, the snapshot right here, and you're looking at Yannick Holy, and you're just thinking there's no way he loses this race. He had momentum on his side, but just really, really tied up that last 20 meters, and it was Palmieri's race from there. Luigi Palmieri of Great Britain, the 25-year-old. season's best for him, and the conditions near enough absolutely spot on for these men, by the way. Beautiful conditions out there now. There's not a breath of wind. And we'll have to keep an eye. I couldn't see what was going on further down the field. Those two were away and clear. Was it Canai on the outside who got third? Was it Yves Bolzano? Moretto? Who knows? Live results, of course. Will keep us updated in just a moment's time. Well, that was the results from the women's race, and just something's not quite right with them. Of course, Sivier, fine performer. Darius was actually the winner, and Sivier, 24.48. Needed to go in second there, so first and second getting a little bit mixed up, as you can see. So I believe there's a few other men just there. That'll be those in the third and final race of the men's 200. So all the field event action has concluded into race 2 of the men's 200, and now got a bunch of athletes in and around that 21-second mark. Squinty goes on the inside. Biancardi goes in 2. Akumi, Robinson Akumi, we saw him run a fine 100. Goes in 3. Alessandro Ori in 4. Giuseppe Lenardi in 5. And Florent Ridibe in 6. These men just practicing that first 10 yards out the blocks. And I'm not quite sure what has been the hold up throughout the evening here. But yeah, a lot of these events just struggling to stay on schedule. Some of the athletes who are doubling back, though, from the 100, and some even doubling down from the 400, they won't mind one bit. Giving themselves an extra 20, 30 minutes of recovery time.
Sui blocchi la serie numero 2 dei 200 dalla 1 al 6 Squinzi, Biancardi,
So here we go.
Leonardi e Ribeiro.
Race 2 of 3, men's 200 meters. Ooh, false start. Biancardi, was it you?
Ci sarà purtroppo qualche squalifica o semplicemente andrà ripetuta per tutti la procedura di partenza.
Well, it was a tough one to see, wasn't it?
Le serie previste dei 200 sono 3.
So we'll wait and see. We saw this in the 100, and the officials just handed out a green card. It was just everyone was let off. A warning of that to the athletes down there. Well, in fact, it wasn't even a warning. It was more just a technical malfunction their end. I think sometimes the electronic blocks can be a little bit off. And I think there we go. We see another green card here. So, yeah, these men all going to be let off. To Biancardi, I think, breathes a sigh of relief. Okumi, Robinson Okumu there. You can see him in the black vest, black shorts. He's in 3. He's the threat, really. Okumu, 21.47, his season's best. Alessandro Ori on his outside. Giuseppe Lenardi. It could be any one of these 4 men. It's going to be very tight. From lanes 3 to 6 out. less than 0.2 of a second separates 4 men. Throw Biancardi in the situation as well, less than 0.3 of a second separates 5. Squinzi on the inside is going to have a tough race though in 1. We know these bends are notoriously tight. But the setting with the mountainous backdrop, this is why athletes come here. It's weather conditions. Absolutely perfect every single year, so consistent. Men's 200 meters, race 2 of 3. Squinzi, Biancardi, Okumu, Ori, Lenardi, and Ribe on the outside. So a pretty even start from all of these men. And I tell you what, Alessandro Ori's got out pretty well. He's already up on the stagger, and Lenardi on the outside of him. Okumu is going to have to work hard coming into the bend. It's dead even, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we expected. Who's got it over this last 60 or so meters? Look at him go. Giuseppe Lenardi starting to edge clear of the field. He's going to take it here. Okumu charges late. Not going to be enough. 21:57. Giuseppe Lenardi of Italy in front of a home crowd. Great run from that man. Red shorts, navy vents. Look at him here, just starting to edge clear. And I tell you what, Alessandro Ori just gets eaten up, doesn't he? Okumu holds strong, rocking and rolling as Okumu. It'd be great to have a head-on shot to see these men and how their form holds in that last 50 meters or so. We'll let him off. It is his second race of the day. But Lenardi with a great victory. Okay then, so there's the results from race 1. Again, I think they're just getting them a little mixed up. You can see there it's slightly all over the place. But we have one more 200-meter race to come. And this is where we'll see the likes of Akintola back in action. 2023 is lifetime best. We saw him win the 100, and he's back here in the 200.
Just a second, because you wait for the man who keeps disappear. Nicolò Saettone, Atletica Arcobaleno, rappresentante degli atleti, dei giovani, farà questa premiazione. Altrimenti abbiamo il consigliere Davide Bellotto, che direi che è l'opzione migliore tra le due. So, at the 4th place in total, in overall, Puselezzo Mabofed, South Africa, 6:64. See, let's go.
Well, the long jump presentation's taking place. Mabote of South Africa, Aldrin Manyonga.
Ricordiamo che Puselezzo Mapote è un atleta paralimpico, ma ha guadagnato in assoluto il podio con la misura di 6,64 al quarto posto.
Well, rightly so, giving these men the credit they deserve. So often our sport is about telling the stories, putting these men on a pedestal. Well, they're on a podium. And getting them in front of these local crowds. Because you never know who's in it. You might see one of the future greats.
Silver medal, second place, directly from India, Jasmine Aldrin, 7:11.
Well, the Indian star, it wasn't to be his day today. We think he's a little banged up, a little injured. I hope he can get right. It will be good to see him back to his best. We know he was in fine form in 2023, and this is the struggle, really. It's just being able to stay healthy in this sport. And hard to struggle, but this man, Manyonga, well, fantastic. What a pleasure to have him here. Like I said, the odds are against him to make the World Championships. It would be a delight to see him there. He brings the energy, he certainly does.
Classe 1967, signore, che
So South Africa, first and fourth in that one. Italy in third there, and India in second. And La Barbera there was fifth, but yeah, definitely the only man in the Masters category, but took that no problem at all. Tell you what, still going strong. He is a fantastic athlete. His longevity is to be admired.
Intanto va agli occhi la serie numero 3, la più accreditata dei 200 metri, con corsia 2 Hakim Marufu, con le isole Comore, corsia 2.
So here we are in the men's 200 meters. Marufu goes in two. It's a bit of a obscure lane draw actually, because Marufu, one of the favourites in two. Akintola, definitely the favourite. He goes in three, so he's got a tighter bend. Laraski, Messina, Vera on the outside of them. None of those have broken 21. Whereas Akintola, awfully close. So where they go then in his men's 200, you can see he's already up on Laraski. On the outside of him is Akintola. Can he make it 2 wins from 2 here in Celle Ligure in Italy? This is a fine run. Coming off that top end, he's rocking and rolling a little bit of fatigue setting in, no doubt. But Akintola, the Nigerian, is going to storm this one here. 20.62. That's a very, very strong showing. Bouncing back after that 100 earlier on in the evening. And he'll take that. He'll take a lot of confidence from it as well. He's in PB form, ladies and gentlemen. Just look here. I think he was working a tad hard at around about 120 meters into that race. And then he started to almost just relax again that last 30. And he gave off the impression he was accelerating. He probably wasn't, but he did start to move away once again from the rest of the field around him. And Laraski, 21.05, is fourth of those National Championship indoors, the 22-year-old. He is starting to feature. Can he make the podium in the next few years at the Italian Championships? That will certainly be his aim. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 races left here at this World Athletics Continental Tour meeting. And if you are just joining us, welcome. I'm Matt Seddon, been your commentator throughout the evening. We had the hundreds, the 100 hurdles, 110 hurdles, 400s, 400 hurdles. We've had the 2s as well, as you just saw. And now we turn our attention to 2 laps of the track. Men's and women's 800 meters. Women will go first, as they have done all evening long. We've got 2 races ahead of us, 2 stacked fields actually. Really jam-packed. And I think we're going to see an Italian affair in race 1. And then the international stars will go in 2. That's how it usually goes.
Seguire con l'attenzione di questa prima serie. In corsia quinta, in corsia 5 esterna avremo Sofia Favagni della Atletica Brescia, dovrebbe lanciare.
So then let's see, lots of these women, well, none of these women have broken 2:24.800. And in fact, we are seeing the international field go first in this one, so do forgive me. And what a field we have. It's going to be stacked. It's going to be busy out there on the track for these women. They're going to have to negotiate that break on the far side. Emily Richards, for me, is certainly one to watch, the American. She was second here last year. She's run 2 minutes for the last 4 seasons. 2 dead, that is. Is this the day she finally breaks that barrier? The 30-year-old. What can she do? She's got a hefty margin. She goes in, well, lane 3. We're in bib 107. 2 inside of her sharing a lane. It's Alicia Laura and Hana Grabovcek of Slovenia. Grabovcek. So Richards is certainly one to watch, the American. Next best performer, Eleonora Vandy. the Italian, 2:02 her lifetime best. And then from there, it does drop off a little bit. There's not huge amounts of depth in this. I hope the pacer can help out the likes of Richards. I mean, she was second last year, and it took a meet record to beat her. Hannah Seagrave winning on that occasion, 1:59. So she was fortunate enough to break 2.
Andiamo a seguire questa serie la più veloce, quindi si inverte, diciamo, il senso di svolgimento che il meeting ha mantenuto finora, quindi in questo caso la serie più veloce sarà la prima degli 800 donne.
So women's 800, this is the A race. B race will be run next, and then we'll have the men. Emily Richards, the American. Heavy favorite in this one. She's going to need help. She's going to need good pacing out front. Eleonora Vandy may as well go with it. She's got no other option, the Italian. 2:02, her lifetime best. Can she have a breakthrough here today? On the outside there, you're looking at Irina Sartorio. Marine Coppens as well, Belgium. 2:12 and 2:17 performance. Here we are then. Well, there we are. We're off and away in this women's 800. Vandy is in the red, just for reference, on the outside of Emily Richards. So those two, perhaps we will see, pay slightly closer attention to the front of this race. Once they break over on the far side, they'll identify themselves a little clearer. Irina Sartorio just pacing out front. So Richards looking to file in the American. Vandy out there as well. And we know what 2 minutes is. It's simple maths. It's a big barrier for these women, and Richards knows that more than anyone, time and time again. Every single year for the last 4 has come so close to 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 0.20 seconds is a lifetime best. Eleonora Vandy, 2 minutes and 2 seconds, 0.69 is her lifetime best. So we've got a nice cluster of women here. This is great to see. Richards wearing bib 107. You can see her in second place there. This is certainly the pacemaker. She's got company though, Richards. There's a few more in this race to look out for. Grabovcek, Hanna Grabovcek as well, of Slovenia, moving well. She sits in third. Vandy there in third, Grabovcek in second. So Richards now on her own going into this last lap. Keep an eye. 75 at 500 meters means we're on for sub 2. Are we there or thereabouts? Tough to see. 75, 76. This is where Richards is going to pour it on. She had Seagrave for company last year. Seagrave ran a meet record of 1:59. Richards is going to have to do it on her own out here today. And I tell you what, Grabovcek is having a super run. 2:06 season's best. The 23-year-old, if she can hang in there, she's going to obliterate that. Here comes Eleonora Vandy in front of a home crowd in Italy. 130 meters to run. But Emily Richards, heavy favorite before this race on paper, is beginning to show her class. We're going to be just outside 2 minutes. Can she hold it together over this last 50 meters or so? It's a fine run from Richards. It's admirable. She knew what she had to do here, but the win was the most important thing. She betters what she ran last year. 2:02.08 there. Slower on the clock, but a position higher than last year. She'll take it in the midst of a busy summer season. Emily Richards, ladies and gentlemen, your winner here in Celle, Ligure in Italy, Savona province. And look at that, it's giving me flashbacks to the 80s. Bright light under the finish line there, the archway. A fantastic setting, a proper European night, as they may say. So then we know we've got a couple more races to come. The women's domestic 800. Looks like I can see them top of picture, just spiking up. Preparing themselves for 2 laps of the track. Listening to a few final words from the officials. So a lot of these athletes, I think they're waiting for the results. You can see them hovering around by the screen there. It will be interesting to see who got the minor places. I think we might have seen a lot of PBs in there. It helps when someone like Richards is taking the race on at the front, forces all of those in behind her just to get after it really, not hang around. But they are going to have to clear the track as he too arrives. So who's the favourite in this one? Well, you got to look at Veronica. Youth athletes, this is a great opportunity for them to show their class and compete on this level in front of a great crowd here as well. So Meniconi 220. Can we see these women break 220 tonight? No one's done it this season so far. Meniconi's nearest rival, Julia Dale from Monaco. 221, her season's best. The vet 35, so opposite end of the spectrum, but the majority of this field are under 18s. But it is the Monaco native who may well challenge the likes of Meniconi. She wears bib number 91. Bib 5 there, Amati. And sharing a lane with Meniconi will be Angelica Amati as well, 224, her season best. Couple athletes on the outside, Ginevera Carloni. She goes in lane 5, sharing that lane with Asia Oliveri. And run on the outside, Chiara Ferrelli. I think Ferrelli might be pacing. Well, let's enjoy the awards ceremony for the women's 200 meters first before the start of this women's 800 meter B race.
Medaglia d'argento, secondo posto, Charlize Sevier, Australia. Second place from Australia, 24:48, 24:48. E attenzione, medaglia d'oro dalla Liberia, from Liberia. Attimo di suspense, Simon Darius, 23:75. Medaglia d'oro per questa atleta africana. Bellissimo podio, questo era dei 200 metri donne. Ha premiato, ricordiamo, Paolo Olmo per questo 18° trofeo Michele Olmo.
Well, away they go smoothly. Look out for Meniconi. I mentioned her. She's wearing the black strip on the inside, though. Good start from Telefacigo. Ariana Telefacigo. All of Italy in this one. So it's a stacked field. It's going to be a little bit of a guessing game of who's who and who's going to step up to the plate, because although on paper they're slightly different, and when you have youth on your side, you know, under 18s, they can have a breakthrough performance just at any point, can't they? So this is smooth running. Look out for Julia Dale here of Monaco. I believe she's leading the way straight to the front. I don't even think this is a pacing job. This is a big lead margin at the moment. She is someone who is an experienced enough athlete. Fastest on paper when you look at lifetime best. Season's best, though, doesn't suggest that, but looking very, very smooth. And if she can hold this together, perhaps a few of the athletes just fearing her a little bit, just playing a little bit cat and mouse over behind her. It's all a little bit cagey further back, isn't it? We'll try and ID who's in second place there, but this is Julia Dale of Monaco, the vet 35, through 467.68. She's looking very strong, and that's a big leading margin there. Menaconi there in 72 or so. They are definitely just holding back a little bit in that chase pack. They're being slightly cagey out there, and they haven't been as aggressive as they might be used to with the 800. You really haven't got time to waste. Control that first 200, then from there it's an all-out sprint pretty much. And some would argue, even at the highest level, it's a sprint the minute the gun goes off for 2 laps. How long can you stay in that fatigue state? Here we are then, Julia Dale still leads. This is going to be a gun-to-tape victory, a commanding victory. I'm just waiting for some of these youngsters to appear on the right-hand side of the picture to hunt her down in the last 150 meters. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Julia Dale making the trip over from Monaco along the coast. Probably a very scenic drive. Has enjoyed what has been a scenic run out here. She hasn't seen anyone else. She's won this on her own terms. Dominated through that opening 300 meters, and now they give chase. It's a little too late. Dale is going to win from Monaco, no questions about it. 2:21, and I think a few in that field will be kicking themselves they didn't go with that pace earlier on. Well, they all closed hard, but they were quite pedestrian through that opening 400. And it's funny because I don't think Dale was particularly aggressive. I think actually out there, a lot of these are used to going through 400, 67, 68 seconds. And that's what Dale went. And that would have set them up for a lifetime best. But there you have it. And they file in behind. They battle for the minor places out there. Menaconi, one of the pre-race favorites, coming through in third. Nick Sora. Live results, of course, over on the Meet website, so be sure to check them out. And that's, ignore that graphic, I believe that might be the start list for the women's 800A race that we just saw. Certainly not the results, though. They're all over the place. Oh, I think the times look correct, but the order incorrect. I think that's what that was. So, yeah, I do apologize there. Anyway, so that is the, I was going to say the penultimate race of the evening. We have got 2 races in the men's 800 to come, but the final women's race of the evening has concluded with that 800. A good race, and hats off to Dale, showing her experience. She knows her pace. She certainly won't fear this event. She's been doing it for far too long. A few of these women starting to learn their trade. What an exciting time in their career. I hope we continue to see them in years to come at this very meeting. So this meeting will continue on into the night. We are on air for just 2 more races. We've got the men's 800 and race 1 will be, unlike the women, will be the B heat, the more domestic field, if you like. And then race 2 will be that A race. And we've had a few scratches in the men's 800, which is unfortunate. I was hoping we were going to see the Ugandan, Kondradriga, the 144 man. However, we are going to see Daniel Hula of Hungary, 146.49. Can he challenge that meet record? So can't see these men yet. I think they're just getting some last orders from the officials. Well, for a minute there, I thought we lost the floodlights, but just a slight technical glitch. So thank you for sticking with us, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed your evening's entertainment here on another fantastic World Tour meeting. What a setting this is. Coast out to our far right, mountainous backdrop. We're on the Italian northern coast here. It's been a beautiful evening, and I'm getting some flashbacks from the 80s and 90s, the likes of seeing those stars cross that lit up archway at the end of the finish line. It is a classic European night here. It really is, and we just have 2 races remaining on the men's side. This first race is going to see some of the big guns. Garrett O'Toole from America, 149 man. Quite a few of these men sub 150. Daniel Huller by far and away the favorite. The Hungarian 146.49. Daniel Huller. We were due to have a few others compete. That's like I said, Tom Dragiga of Uganda, world indoor 6th placer earlier on in the year, won't line up. But make no mistake about it, this will be the faster of the 2 races. For those of you at home, Leo Guillet of France, and a whole host of Italians. Sarcuni, Federici, Giannino, Gianni, Bernardi, Ciannini, and Regian. All of these men right on the cusp of 150. And Daniel Huller of Hungary just well cleared. Former European under-18 champion. Huller over the 400-meter hurdles. That was a few years ago now, in 2018, and we often see it, don't we? One of the transitions is those 800 meters. The stars come from a 400-meter hurdle background. The events offer similar demands. You need both speed and strength. And obviously, the time he would have spent working on that technical aspect, he would have been topping up his endurance as he transitioned into the 800. Still often see him over the hurdles. Saw him run a 54.2 earlier on in the year. So he still values it as part of his training, as part of his preparations. But that 146 of his coming just a few days ago. And I think so. He is a man in form, and the 800 is one of those events you can recover pretty quick from. You run a lifetime best, you could probably go again in 4 or 5 days, and he's exactly that. His coach and him have sat down and they've put the fixtures together and they've done a good job. Let's see what he can produce here. Of course, such the level of 800-meter racing now. .142 and 43. I mean, that's what you've got to be running to feature even in a semi-final, perhaps even a heat. You've got to be capable of that now. Scary. Over 20 men have broken 144 in 2025. So then they start to file in. I believe Daniel Huller will go in 4. He looks like he's wearing the green vest, the green strip. There's some athletes on the inside of him. Francois de Couron of Monaco will be inspired by Julia Dale's victory in that previous race. Garrett O'Toole, never count out an American. He's a sub-150 performer this year. Trying to get back to his best. Andrea Federico, and on the inside, Sarcuni in the white. So it's a classic matchup over 2 laps of the track. And once again at this meeting, we've seen a few runaway favourites on paper, and they have delivered. And we fully expect Daniel Huller to do the same from Hungary, the 24-year-old former European youth champion over the 400-meter hurdles back in 2018 in Gaillard. Stacked on the outside of him. Strong contingent of Italians, the best of the lot though. Giannini goes on the inside of lane 6, sharing that lane. But first, I think it has been a theme throughout the meet here. We have always paid attention to these medal ceremonies, and this is the men's 200 meters.
Per il secondo posto di Edoardo Luraschi, classe 2002. Arriviamo al primo posto, vincitore della gara dei 200, lo stesso della gara dei 100, the same winner of the 100 meters, dalla Nigeria, from Nigeria, Alaba Akintola, 2061, 2061, win 0-0.
Well, Akintola, he put on a great display in the 100 and the 200. And that's a serious box-ticking exercise for him. Dominating, fine running from that man. It's been a pleasure to have him here. Swept the 100, swept the 200, and yeah, will we see him? So quickly pan back to this men's 800. Off and running then through round this bottom bend. Stacked field, lot of them. Will it be as cagey as that previous race we saw? Or will someone like Daniel Huller of Hungary, he's there in the green vest, just move things along a little bit? Sinino on his inside then. It's those two, and the pace has gone out soaringly fast. I mean, this is ridiculous. He's offering no help at all to the rest of the field. Huller comes into this in good form, and he's fast enough himself. 47 flat, 400 meter speed this year. 54 over the 4 hurdles. And look at this thing. Well, pacemaker, Samir Benadi, I believe. Well, I think he's the pacemaker. That's the only explanation I can give for him being so far ahead of the rest of the field, especially coming in as a 151 performer over 2 laps this year. I can't imagine he's going to keep this going. Wow, Hula is just, it's a little cagey, and it is cagey back there. The Hungarian, this could be a shock upset if he loses here in the green. And they're trying to claw their way back. I think the pacemaker now waving them on as if to say, come on, get up onto my shoulder. Where have you been all race? But the pace he went through made it cagey further back. So, Giannino is just going to get overtaken, 200 to run. And here comes Daniel Huller. And sometimes it's good to practice your tactics, practice your closing speed. And he's done that. He let the pack swallow him up over this first lap. He didn't want to lead gun to tape. He's not quite there yet in his preparations for his season, but he's looking good. Going into the Hungarian Championships, and he's going to pour it on down the home straight now. So the favourite on paper has cemented himself as the best in the field, and he's demonstrated why he was the favourite. Big win for him, 47.7, and I made that a winning margin of half a second or so, all done in the final 200. And do you know what? That was a big negative split. That was actually very, very impressive from Hula, considering he's only run 146 once this year. And that was a great result from him. Big negative split, and it all came in that last 200 as well. And that's the type of closing speed you are going to need if you are to compete on the international stage regularly. So he'll be looking forward to that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is all we have got time for here over on European Athletics, the final event of the evening. This meet will continue into the night. There is a whole host of 800 races to come. This meet did start, in fact, 2 p.m. local time. So loads of sprint events and field events, and it will continue to give athletes the opportunity to compete in front of a fantastic crowd here. And it has been a special, special evening, and another World Tour is in the books. And well, can you believe it? We're already halfway through the summer season. The World Championship countdown is upon us. I've been your commentator, Matt Celle, and it's been a pleasure. And until next time, take care.
Così a 5 interni, Matteo De Sotto, francese, così a 5 esterni, Filippo Bruno, Arcobaleno Savona, così a 6 interni.
11. Era 6. Non so perché mia mamma tiene le creme 6. Come cazzo puoi avere una crema 6? Te lo giuro, mia mamma la crema 6. Sai, io metto su 50.
Mamma mia, lavate
Io la
consumate.
30.
Mamma mia che topper, tutto imbrillantinate. Vedere?
No.
Angelo, tu hai un posto in cui andare a mangiare?
Sì.
Ce l'hai? Ma ci prendono quest'ora? Ah,
Pronto per questa seconda serie.
Cosa ce l'abbiamo?
No, devo dire, poi
Cioè, so dove andare.
Ma questa era la prima serie di
Ah, se no ti tirano scena. Non ho capito.
e secondo te
Era la prima serie? No.
E via.
Questa è la seconda.
No, ma io sono uno...
Subito partenza bella brillante anche per loro. Vediamo chi prenderà il comando della gara, se ci sarà qualcuno che prenderà l'iniziativa o addirittura detterà il ritmo. Anche qui potrebbe uscire qualcosa di interessante a livello cronometrico, 26 addirittura il passaggio al primo 200 per il battistrada, quindi attenzione poi alla proiezione finale, anche il transito qua sul traguardo alla campanella. 300 metri corsi sotto i 40 secondi, veramente veloce questo avvio di gara. Vediamo se poi dietro di loro ci sarà chi risponderà a questo attacco. 54 al transito, 56 ora. Vediamo cosa succederà. 500 metri percorsi intorno al piede dell'1,6, 1,7. Sono molto distanti tra di loro i primi due atleti con il resto del gruppo, ci sono distacchi importanti. Nessun lebraggio qui, è tutto, vuole fare tutto da solo il battistrada, a tenda della Arcobaleno Savona, tenda di casa. Lui deve portarsi in casa delle gare 1,51,66, dovrebbe essere un gran primato personale. E Gabriele Bargi con